those freak short beaks in the night. Humpback shadows, pygmies out of sight. All the dolphins, you know it's true. Rolling deep in the ocean blue. Stripes and spots, they rule the tide. Water dogs of the deep, they don't hide. In the river's grip, seas endless bounty. Ruling the waves, Dolphin Illuminati. Praised by Romans, gods to the Greeks. Underwater rulers, the power peaks. In ocean depths, their counts to 6. Dolphins in the dark, never calling it quits. Striped and spotted in the sea's domain. Aquatic dogs in their own insane lane. Through rivers they ride, seas they roam. In the ocean depths, they make their home.
Well, I talk about insanity, which is what's going on in your mind, and outside, which is where you communicate with those outside. As you know, if you give too much of your insanity, they'll lock you up. I tried giving as much as I could. They locked me up. They published it, paid me.
Dolphin, Illuminati. Deep, deep, deep in the deep they creep. It's that Dolphin, Illuminati. In the rivers and the seas they be a constant mystery. It's that Dolphin, Illuminati. It's that Dolphin, Illuminati. Deep, deep, deep in the deep they creep. It's that Dolphin, Illuminati. In the rivers and the seas they be a constant mystery. It's that Dolphin, Illuminati. It's that Dolphin, Illuminati.
Save us, Britney Spears! Can we be saved? God, why is Satan controlling the universe?
Hey everybody, it's Sam Triple here, and I want to tell you about my new project. It's called the Chaos Twins. We have an Indiegogo fundraiser for this comic book series about two twin girls with special powers who move to a new neighborhood and battle the forces of evil, the deep state, the Babylonians, the secret societies that are ruining everything. It's a comic book now, but we hope to turn it into a
constantly explore the view of possibilities come true. So what we do is call out to the good guys. Good guys, good guys, good guys. Witches, weirdos, bigger mystics, entertaining, calming linguists. Good guys. Forum of decorum needs a secretive society to advance on philosophies intentionally, magically. Good guys, good guys, good guys, good guys. Witches, weirdos, mischief making. It's okay to change your thinking. Good guys. Good guys, good guys.
Big up yourselves. Welcome back to another episode of the Secret Society of Good Guys. As always, we are good guys and we are in FLA IRL. How are you, good guys?
Hey.
Hey everyone.
How you guys doing? How you doing?
I'm excellent. How are you, Layla?
So we might be working with audio a little bit. That's you guys know how I feel about that, but we have some echo. We didn't have time to work out a whole studio in the house, but we're gonna get better at it, and hopefully in the future, as we hang out with each other more IRL, and hopefully out with more of you, the sound gets better and better. So yeah, we're all hell. But Abbie, how do you like Florida so far?
I think I'm staying
You're not
because
going back.
Oklahoma is just okay. This is Florida. Shit. Who wouldn't want to be here?
Florida's my home now. I love it here. Like I left New York shitty and I came to the sunrise city or the sunlight city. I love it. I love it.
I'm also a New York to Florida plant, but I miss New York. Like I go back there and I sometimes I weep at like what I'm missing out on.
Dude, I get it. But like if you're a girl, like being there now and the field that I work in, it's not safe. Like the commute is not safe. You'll have like men pulling out their penises and like start jerking off in front of you, and it's just like people following you home, and I don't know. I miss New York. I love it, but it's just not safe now.
That's wild.
They do that for free?
Huh?
They do that for free?
What?
They pull out the greatest
Yeah, for free. They're like, hey.
Well,
and
who
they're
wants to see that?
It's a thing, I swear. And I think every woman can say that a man has some time in their life pulled out their penis and showed it to a lady. I swear, right, Chaney?
Y'all, this is total real life, and I'm trying to figure out all the chat. I just want you guys to know. I want to pull up your stuff, and I'm trying to figure out a way to get my stream to reset without resetting this whole stream. So that's what I'm kind of into right now. But yes, every woman in the world, whether she's been like running at the park or driving to work or walking through a mall, has looked over and someone's been jerking off to her. And she's been like, oh, there's a dick out there.
Oh my
I'm
God.
just going through my day.
I've had some fitting room situations when I was in retail, and I guess Europeans are very comfortable with like showing their private parts, especially men, you know, and you'll go hand a new size. It depends on like the clientele that you're dealing with and where you're working, obviously, but more in a boutique environment, you're running around grabbing new sizes. So you bring a size to a gentleman and he just opens up the door and, you know, you see his little mouse and ball of hair just hanging there. And yeah, you know, you deal with experiences like that in New York. It's like a melting
We're not talking
pot.
about Mickey here, huh?
No. Yeah, love New York City.
Y'all, I realized in this moment, like the chat for me is like a ninny blanket that I can see them rolling up it used to be my anti to see the chat, but now producing the good guys, I've gotten really comfortable seeing them the whole time and knowing what's going on. And now I'm really gonna like, okay, I have to focus on you guys in the face, and I can't watch them, and because I can't see them at all, so I just have to free ball it and see where it goes and actually pay attention
Yeah,
to
like
you guys.
I'm like, where do I look? Do I want to like look at you over here, like, or talk to you over here? But I'm not home.
Do you
so-
feel a little embarrassed doing this in real life? Like, is it a
Nah.
nah?
Every
I'm
single
comfortable
person that I
today.
met, guys, has been fucking like I've known in my entire life. It is such an experience. It's like home, you know, when you just find your people.
This has been
Not
very,
my
very
people.
comfortable. Yeah, it's been amazing.
I
Are
know.
we what we seem in like, you know, on camera? Are we like that in real life, like what we present?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think everybody's the exact same height, I thought,
Yeah.
and the exact same like build.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Layla's about 6 inches taller than I was expecting.
Yeah. I'm pretty tall. Like 5'10", with heels, maybe 6'3".
Layla's trash. That's what I've realized. I'm like, oh, Layla just a trash panda.
Yeah.
Like Layla just eats anything that she wants, and like all the food that they're like, you shouldn't have that. Layla just doesn't care. She eats that.
Chinese food. I love it.
Hi. It was like you were the lead singer of a band and you were gonna come sing in our mics. I know that's what I did think at some point. If it would have been, should we all have shared a mic and a hanging mic with the audio sound or surround sound? I don't know.
Well, I'm going to ask somebody who I know who owns a microphone electronic company, like distributes it. And he owns the company. So I could be like, hey, can you just send me some material so we can what's the word I'm looking for?
Free.
Yeah, where we can promote his equipment. There you go. We could do promotions and, you could give it to us for free. You know who you are if you're watching. I send in my podcast, so I'm not putting any names out there.
You know who you are
So
if
if you'd
you're
like to
watching.
send some gear to better our show, I love you.
I don't have a light on me either. This is the little weird stuff of production that I'm like, huh. Or
You make sure I have a light and you don't have a light, no. Do you want your light?
no, I'll be okay with my ears. I'll look at you guys. Are you lit up?
I gotta say, I feel the silliest in this costume than I have in any costume we've done so far.
Out of all of them?
Yeah,
Is it the bow or the ears?
it's the ears.
I've already forgot that I had these on a few times. Yeah.
You got a Mickey out.
You got to have these ears on for your first year, and then you wrestle a gator by your second.
That's a requirement?
Yeah. I thought that's why you were going to the gym.
All right. Well,
Like cops, I've wrestled enough gators I can get out of shape. Like, how you see that certain occasional cop, and I think in my head, I can outrun him in a foot race. And I just think a requirement to being a police officer should be you have to outrun Chaney in a foot race. Like every fuzz should be able to outrun me. So if I see you and you're like a big, huge motherfucker and you can't outrun me in a foot race, you probably shouldn't be that. You cannot protect or serve if you can't beat me in a foot race. Oh, I don't know.
that's like the entire police force in my town.
There's a
Like
lot
they
of
roll
cops
around
around
on
here
like golf
too.
cart and stuff, and you're like,
We saw more
wonder
cops
why
than
they
we were
look like
used
that.
to in these parts, Kissimmee and Orlando.
Yeah, what is up with that? Like OD.
We were looking at Thomas, like, tell us why there's so many cops in this area.
Like every corner, just waiting to like pull people over.
Well, we're in Disney area too, so they kept an extra clamp down around here because they don't want to seem too riffraff around this particular area. Don't worry, we can't pass the joints inside.
Yeah, we're not allowed to smoke inside. And I even want to open up the chat on my phone. I just put it in the spot where I usually have it on my computer, and I tried to open it up, but I realized my phone's connected to the TV.
Oh damn! Oh, I could do that because I can't really see the chat.
Yeah,
I'm blind.
somebody talk to the chat, and somebody pull up. You know how we do.
Hey, where is Gordy? He is missing out. We're not sure where Gordy's at.
We don't know if Orlando ate Gordy.
He might have gotten eaten by an alligator.
Yeah, we don't know if Orlando ate Gordy or if the desert was not, or if an owl would not allow him to leave.
Or a flaming plane to Miami?
Yeah, or we were hoping that he wasn't on a flaming plane to Miami.
I hope not. God forbid. Holy shit.
Operation Northwoods 2. That's the name of the movie.
I think you need to fix your sound. We're working on it, y'all.
Turn my volume down when you guys are talking, and then I forget to turn it back up. Yeah, like just like this. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, Gordy got lost somewhere. Maybe we were actually thinking it might be like a DB Cooper situation where all along he's been some sort of man on the run that's got a bunch of money in his suitcase, and this was his way out.
Gordy's the Fed.
I just hope you're okay, Gordy. That's it.
Same.
That's it.
Yeah. So, how was your flight over, Abbie?
Well, made it through airport security. After almost, my husband kept like forgetting to turn off the airport, which is weird because he normally can drive anywhere without GPS. So I get there, I get through security, except that I don't make it through because something in my like I have powder in my luggage. I've got whey protein and Metamucil. Okay. And they had to swab like my whole entire bag, like every compartment of all my bags. And then the bags with the whey protein and all that in there and and then it tests positive for organic material that could be used in bombs. So then they had to like do more tests. They finally let me go, but it was insane. But the flight itself was great. I love flying.
I hate when they do that. It makes you feel so like I'm not a criminal. Like, what are you doing? Like, do I look like a fucking criminal? It's just so uncomfortable.
Well, I was pissed because I thought they were like trying to say it was like cocaine or something. I was like, what the fuck? Like, no, that's not me. Like,
and not
like,
today.
oh no, organic material sometimes will pop positive, and we're looking for stuff to make bombs. It's like, okay, well, I guess that's better.
Have you ever seen the movie Broke Down Palace?
No.
It has Claire Danes and Kate Beckinsale in it. And they're in high school, or they finish high school or in part of college, and they're like, let's go on a trip and we're gonna go to like Singapore and we're gonna go to like Bali and whatever. And while they're on this trip, one of them's, spice and one of them sugar, like the way they write this. And so you don't really know if either of them, but there's this dude that comes along and he kind of romances both of them. And then they're going through an airport. He's like, he just wants us to fly into wherever for this time and he's going to pay for it. And while they're getting on the airplane to go into, he loads one of their bags with a bunch of drugs. And so they're the like red herring, so all the airport security go to them and then the real person can get on the plane with all the drugs. So they both end up going to like, I don't even know what kind of prison, maybe Singapore prison, maybe I said the right name the first time, but and it's super brutal and they can't get out and it's like a true story and one of them ends up staying and one of them ends up going home, but they're like best friends and they end up going into this super harsh like third world country prison, but it's all because of one of them trying to get their workout powder into a country.
I mean, Australia is very strict on their rules of what you can bring in. It's like the weirdest thing. Even like prayer beads, certain prayer beads are not allowed. I guess some natural stones from the sea or something they weren't allowed to let in. Just weird rules in Australia of what you're allowed to bring in and not. There's a whole show on it just with Australia and bag claimage and shit.
I think Hawaii too.
Yeah, something like that. Hawaii.
California is weird at the border.
Really?
I feel like California, it's one of the states
because
I
it's
remember
kind of
going into.
separated, right? That little peninsula of California that's seperated.
I just remember every main road driving into California having to stop.
Fruit
and,
stands.
Declare something.
They are checking for produce in your vehicle, so they're looking for. You can't even have lettuce on a sandwich if you're coming into California.
What?
No, you can't even have lettuce. So
Strange.
they will make you throw your food away at the border.
Yeah.
But then also they have border patrol. So like when you're coming up from the south, they will, or actually like in Temecula. So it's like probably an hour and a half up I-5. They have like illegal immigrant searches. So they'll pull you over and look inside your vehicle and see if you're smuggling people.
Yeah, even vines, certain vines, herbs, just insane, insane.
This is all California?
Yeah, California.
It's
So-
because they have to take the catalytic converters out first.
Possibly.
Sorry.
I just wanted to see how quiet it would be.
Yeah.
Like, look, can we just sit in uncomfortable silence?
The refrigerator is quiet right now too, though, so it's kind of weird.
How often do you guys Airbnb? Is this a regular thing that everybody does in the world now? Do people prefer Airbnbs over hotels? I'm not a regular Airbnber. I typically hotel, and I find them creepy overall. What do
Yeah.
you guys think?
I personally like Airbnbs if you're doing this kind of thing, like with a group of people, and for longer periods of time. I think, like if you're moving to another state, like which I did, to settle yourself in Airbnb for like a month or two, get yourself an apartment, find yourself a job. That worked out for me. I took my savings, started a new life, found a job, found an apartment, done deal. So for this, yeah, but if I'm by myself and I'm doing like a week thing or a weekend thing, definitely fucking hotel for sure. I would prefer a hotel if it's just me and like one other person.
Like, I'm well aware that like hotel, motel, Holiday Inn, like everybody's surveillancing you everywhere. But for some reason, I feel like with the Ring doorbell of it all, and at this place we have like the Ring doorbell everywhere, but our refrigerator is like computerized, and it has like if somebody rings the doorbell, you can see a picture of them on the fridge, and it's like there's just things that I don't know. Do you need this much surveillance in your life? And then they are convincing people like, hey, you can put your Ring doorbell cam in our neighborhood cams of Ring doorbells. So then there's psychotics just watching everybody's Ring doorbells around so they feel safer in their neighborhood.
Yeah, not to mention the content that they take and create on TikTok and share with people without your knowledge. It's like, oh, look at what these people are doing on my Airbnb. I've seen plenty of those, and they go viral, a lot of them. So who knows what kind of deals they get, by producing these videos just for content and make money off of it too.
Well, that's where you get the things where white ladies ain't scared of shit, because it's like somebody else's Ring doorbell cam and they are like seeing a bear or something.
But let's talk about how shady this one is. Like the
Layla,
one in the
did you hear
backyard.
me itch my leg just then? Did you hear me itch my leg? Oh, I saw your face make a weird sound, and I don't know her. And I was like, so.
But the Ring doorbell here, or in the backyard, it looks right down at the pool. So if you weren't aware and you didn't hook up to the refrigerator to check, like they have surveillance of the pool. So like how many people have, done it in that pool possibly? Like I don't even want to think about that.
Done what?
Done the nasty.
Well, not only that, the
Or
spy
skinny
camera
dipping.
tech.
What if somebody's out there skinny dipping and the whole thing is on camera? And
The spy camera
no.
technology that is available, like, I mean, they're the size of like tiny little pinholes now. Like, who knows what's around? Like that socket there, like it looks pretty big to me, like look at that thing, look at that hole there. Is there a camera there? I don't know.
Is this what it's like when conspiracy theorists stay anywhere?
But do you guys do that in public bathrooms? I do. Like if I see little holes in the wall or like in the doors, and I'm sitting there like looking to see if there's a camera in there.
Yeah.
I always have.
And now everyone's doing like the mirror check test in their fucking apartments or like Airbnbs to see if there's like a secret like area in the back of like the mirrors and shit. So like they're doing like the double mirror test
You know
with their
what's the thing
finger.
with the double mirror test that doesn't work though is cheap mirrors, like dependent on how wide the glass is or plastic between the sheet of sticker that's reflective, you don't touch it. Like an expensive mirror is actual mirror, so you're touching your finger to the reflective surface, whereas a cheap mirror is reflective surface behind clear surface.
So do you think those mirrors that they talk about in fitting rooms and dressing rooms and that whole theory is just like a theory and not
I think there's some validity because just because of how many like I think if you have a motel in the middle of nowhere and you're just a person that lives there and you've had that hotel and you meet that person and you walk in and they're like, give her room number 47 and the person like behind the thing says, not room 47. Like and like the L goes right when you pull up your car, the L goes like there is definitely a guy crawling through the vents watching you. Like I just think, yeah, that's what's happening.
Dude, I feel like that sometimes. Like, cause I'm like on the top third floor of my apartment complex, but there's like an attic section that's connected to all the apartments. Like it's just cut off and I have access and I'm wondering, do all the other apartments have access to this like attic section? And are people like walking up on the roof like some fucking perv figure that like, oh, this girl sleeps in this fucking bedroom. Let me just creep up and like watch her because I hear weird shit like crawling up in the roof sometimes. I'm like, that's just the wind, you know? That's just the wind. So now I like all the vents, I just like close them. So
My family, we lived in like a Florida like townhouses once and they all attached at the roof. They were like they were townhouses, but the balconies and there was a roof and then another balcony, but then they were like 2-story. That was all ours. And then the next one was like a courtyard and 2 stories, but they were like a fourplex. And me and my brother would like get on the fucking roof and now when I think about the shit, we would get on the roof and we would crawl to any one of the fourplexes we want. Like our friends lived behind us and our friends lived next door. So it didn't matter our curfew. We would just get on the balcony, crawl on the roof, and we would all hang out in each other's rooms all the fucking time.
yeah.
So any hour of the night, it didn't matter toys, but we also none of us left our sliders open. So sometimes it would just be like, I'm gonna come over and we just didn't want to go outside. We would just take the roof. But
Yeah.
our parents didn't know we did this shit. And if we were little creepers or older, we would why wouldn't I come watch you change?
Yeah.
Like, like if we were creepers, like
I think all kids are creepers in that sense. Like, oh,
we were
someone
innocent
changed
kids,
me.
like just everything was like we were ninjas. Like we were like crawling on the roof.
If you just saw someone changing, that's like one of the top three things. Like changing, you want to see someone getting murdered. What else?
Is it me?
Oh, that's me. Yeah, it was me. Sorry.
That would be the top three. You want to see someone naked. You want to see someone getting murdered. I'm not sure what the other one is. Maybe just someone getting into a fight.
Yeah.
Right? Or something like really weird. Seeing someone like getting into weird stuff.
And kids like wanting to see like things being naked. It's like not wanting to, but it's like a curiosity. Like, oh my god, they're naked. Why are they naked? You know, like just
You know what I just thought would be so weird, and this is how weird my brain is. Like I'm a little like not even a little kid. Take that out of any little kid thing out of it. Just take me right now, and I'm crawling on roofs. Like we're all like on a light bit of mushy mushrooms, and we're in a fourplex. And I'm like, hey, you guys, look. And if I crawled on the roof next to me, and I like looked in, and there was a naked man with a zebra mask on.
speaking of that,
You just came up with that?
That's what I thought would be like. Oh,
I had that happen, bro. Not with a
What?
zebra, not with a zebra though. But we lived in this apartment, me, my sister, and her girlfriend at the time. So where my window was, it was like roof access to like your own roof. So you just climb out the window and you have your roof. But all the roofs were all connected to all these other buildings. So I'm sleeping one fucking day. I wake up and I see this fucking man just staring at me, watching me sleep. And I'm like, oh my God, like what the fuck? I opened the window, I started yelling at him, who the fuck do you think you are? He climbed in one of the windows. I don't know which one it was. But after that, I got the blackest sheets that I could find. I just like secured everything, made sure the windows were always locked, and I never went on that roof again.
real life.
Yeah.
I was in college in Michigan, and my roommate at the time, which will not be named, but the way when you walked into our house, like through the front door, it was like living room, kitchen, and then a little hallway, but my room was on one side and her room was on the other side. This just matters to me because I'm like, I always think thank God we weren't in our bedrooms. But we had like a big L-shaped couch, like one of those college big huge L-shaped couches, and whatever we were watching on TV, and we probably like smoked bowls and passed out watching whatever on TV, but we both happened to fall asleep on this L-shaped couch. I woke up, I was laying like on this side and she was laying like on that side. I woke up, I heard something and I looked up and there was like a 6 foot something, 200 and something huge fucking dude in our apartment and like standing in our living room. And he was standing over her. Like he didn't see that, like if he just came in the front door, he saw her laying on this and didn't see me laying on this. And so he just came in, it was leaning over her on the couch. And I sat up like, what? And I was like, what the fuck? And it's so weird how you said you started yelling at that guy because my first instinct, he ran out the front door. I ran after him. Now, when I think back to like, what? Like, what are you doing? I ran after him and I chased him down. And like, he was huge. Like, if he was in there to do something nefarious, what am I doing running after him? What am I outside now? And I'm chasing this mofo down. Like, what am I going to do when I catch him? And I just started yelling at him like I was lost my shit. But when I got back into my house and like we called the cops and everything, and they're like, did he touch anything? He stole my keys from my, like he took the keys off the table when he ran. Yeah, my house, my car, or like every, so it was just like that night and sleeping was definitely like the only thing I had going for me. This is
Guns.
my shitty Floridian.
Guns.
This is my real shitty Floridian. So it's in a like liberal college town, and everyone in our apartment got one parking spot. And so we would always take turns who got the good parking spot, and somebody else had to park down the street. It snows like mofo in Michigan. And so one time I left my car in the parking spot and it got like snowed in and I didn't have a shovel or anything like that. And so I just had to shovel it out. But one day was 2 days, now it's frozen, then it's ice, and now it's frozen, then it's ice. I had the best parking spot in the whole building for the entirety of winter, and my poor roommate couldn't ever use the parking lot because so everyone in the building was mad because my car was snowed into the best spot. And so that was the only thing, is that he stole my car keys too, but I didn't ever have to worry about getting the locks changed because I was like, if he can get it out, good on him.
See, that's the beauty of having your spots, because in New York City, you can't do that. Every Tuesday and Thursday, you have street cleaning. So you got to get up 9 o'clock in the morning, whether you like it or not, get up, move your car, because you're going to get a ticket or towed, one or the other. So that was another stress I didn't like about New York City. That fucking street cleaning. Ugh. And you would never have the spot like how you would have it. Be lucky to have the spot for the whole winter season. No, impossible.
But they've got the cleanest streets on the planet here, right? New York City. They got the cleanest streets. Yeah, so.
It looks superb, nice and clean and beautiful.
There are no
parks.
cats in America, and the streets are paved with cheese. Do you guys remember that Bible?
That's-
It was like New York.
They need to release the cats in the city. They really do. It helps with the mice, the rats, all the rodents. They need to release the cats in the city. It has to be a thing. In our town, this was an actual thing. They started developing 30A. It's just like, they call it the Long Island of Florida. And they had cats and they started getting rid of the cats, and then the mice started coming back. So then the residents were like, can we please bring the cats back into town? So now the whole town is like full of cats. I mean, hundreds of cats. It's like cat central. Everyone feeds the cats, literally like the town's cats. And I have my own group of like 7 of them that I feed all the time.
They got rid of the cats. Were they like busting them out like
Yeah.
when the Super Bowl comes to town, they bust them in the outskirts?
Well, yeah, it was like infested with cats, and they were like, what the fuck are all these cats doing here? Because this is a brand new like development, and cats are just loved in Panama City Beach. I don't know why. But after they started getting rid of them, that's when they saw the pests coming in, the cockroaches, the mice, and then they pleaded for them to not get rid of the cats. I don't know what they were doing with them. I don't know if they were slaughtering them. I don't know if they were like neutering them. But yeah, they're back though.
That's what they do in my town. Like they will take they have like a non-kill shelter, but what they do is they take all the cats, they fix them, and then they re-release them in town, so that way they're not reproducing, but they're still.
Yeah, turkey too. They love cats. Will you find mice? Will you find cockroaches? No, you will not find them in Turkey.
They're working animals. Like,
Mhm.
that's where, cats even on barns, and they do such a because the smaller animals bring other smaller things and other smaller things and other smaller things, so it's like if you have feed and stuff for your horses and all that's mice, and then the mice bring other kind of fleas for and diseases in for the other animals, so it's like the cats take care of so much stuff. Even factories, like, there's, like, programs in some towns that they'll take cats that are strays, they take them and they fix them, and then you're allowed to adopt them in your factory or junkyard or whatever to do work.
So why do we get rid of snakes if snakes do the same thing? They do exactly the
didn't.
same thing.
The house cat's snake, right?
I mean,
Makes sense why they like mice.
yeah.
Now
and
that you mention it, even the black racers around there, here's a weird thing. In Florida, and I think in a lot of cultures, black snakes are considered very good luck because they get rid of all the nuisance. So they get rid of coral snakes, they get rid of baby rattlesnakes, they get rid of mice, they get rid of lizards, they get rid of frogs, they get rid of any nuisance around your house. So everyone, like, if you see a black snake, it's like really good luck. So black cats are bad luck. And if the theory of them breeding and crossing somewhere big cats with snakes, and that's how you get house cat, that is interesting that black snakes are good luck, but black cats are bad luck.
I don't like that. My black cat is my familiar, and it's the sweetest thing in the world. And people suck for saying that. Just saying.
I like black cats too.
They're the best. Ugh. They're so intelligent. They're so fun. They're so sweet and cuddly. They're just awesome cats. For real. For real. There's nothing bad luck about them.
I think black mold gets a bad rap too. Black mold's got a heart. No.
If you think that, you should go in the bathroom at this Airbnb.
They have
Listen,
Mickey
Thomas.
Mouse stickers that they put on top of the black mold. I saw
Thomas, listen. My type of I am so gullible to things. Like, if you tell me, like, yeah, black mold is so good, I'll believe it. I'll fucking believe it.
And they actually found out that if you freeze black mold while you think like happy thoughts, it forms little heart patterns. You never heard that?
You're fucking with me, right? I've heard the water theory on that, not mold.
Another odd thing that we didn't realize about the ring cam is how, like, every single time we've gone out the back door, it's like filmed us, and every time we've, like, if Layla kicked her leg up outside or moved the fire thing, it triggered the ring cam. And when it also triggered the ring cam from the door, it also has our full conversations in it. And so we were just imagining, like, normal families stay here, or just some random people fucking in the pool, and then whoever the owner is of this house has to see, like, what are these three talking about? Levitation, the songs they play, if they were gonna levitate whoever this poor guy Gordy is.
The shit that we were talking about.
And they're watching us go, okay, put your hands up. We're gonna make the buzzards come over here right above our head. And then, we did it. It was pretty badass.
Like,
but
who the fuck did we
they're
let
like,
inside of our
"These
house?
people."
Oh my god. Fun times though. We're having a ball though.
Oh, it's Abbie's ears. I was like, what is that? I feel like there's something behind Layla that is alive. Like, there's I kept like, it's Abbie.
It's funny.
I was like, there's something.
It looks like a
moving in this room.
mouse.
Yeah, it does. Do you think there's something one out of my symbols that I always research all the time, like, whether it's like X's or smiley faces, or one of the symbols that doesn't get enough play to me is this, whatever this means, of our face with these ears. To me, there's some kind of, like,
Yod.
it's something like we're representing the silhouette of something darker that we don't understand.
The Yod.
I don't know. Is it all ears and no mouth? Like, in that masked way, like we're just listening, like taking in information? Are they just calling us like rats in
Mm,
some way? Like, what is the Mickey Mouse, the Mouse Club, the Mouseketeers of it all? Because it was always linked to it, even though like it almost seemed important because Mickey used to be a rabbit. So it almost seemed important to have Mickey be a mouse.
I wonder if it's a representation of that whole experiment of, with the mice population and seeing how, I guess, how they would end up in society and eventually they kill each other off. That whole theory, that experiment that they've done with mice.
Like the projects where
Yeah,
they're like, if they can stuff them in on top of each other enough, they eventually eat their young.
yeah, that.
I'm turning off the TV
I
behind us.
wonder if it's
You guys
that.
go ahead. Hold on.
I don't know. Oh, is that the TV stopped?
I'm just turning it off. So I don't have to think about it yet. I can look at the chat on my phone.
Yeah.
And you guys are just waiting for me.
Yeah, like you're in a space, it's like different when you're in a space. So we're like, oh, what is she doing?
I even told you on mic so it didn't disrupt, and I even was like, I'll leave my camera on so everyone's okay. Carry on. Carry on.
Yeah.
No?
I met Thoth today. It was the first time me ever seeing, what bird was it?
Ibis.
The ibis? Yeah. It's a beautiful bird. I gave it some strawberry strudel, and I thank Thoth for the language. So thank you, Thoth.
You fit an ibis strawberry strudel.
Yes, I did.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I did.
As above, so below.
Yeah. And everything in between.
If that's some deep secret to a portal, like how many people on the planet do you think have fed an ibis a strawberry strudel?
I would probably be the first, maybe.
It could be up there. It
Yeah.
was like a wild bird, and then I felt like it told all of its ibis friends that you were the one feeding strawberry strudel, and then it was all of a sudden ibis in the yard.
Yeah, and it came again, and it was like, I want more, and I gave it more.
Yeah,
It
it's
was a good
wild.
moment. It was a good moment.
So if you're hanging out in real life with friends, what do you think is like the weirdest thing about seeing people in real life, or is this what you expected?
It is what I expected. Yeah, just like chill, like just what we do behind the camera all the
I think
time.
what surprised me is like the amount that we can actually all just sit and talk. Like it doesn't stop, y'all. Like we do this for 3 or 4 hours, but like we can literally just do it all day.
Yeah, I felt like part of the reason is we all did have to set up the sound today, but we were so comfortable around the fire pit, and then there was all these really amazing conversations that were happening that I kept saying, "Oh, remember to bring this up tonight. Oh, don't forget to bring this up tonight." And one of the random ones out of everything, if I can remember some of them, but that Abbie was going to teach us about how to do cards.
The Patience of the Medici, because we talked about it before on an episode, but since we're all here, I'm like, I could actually show y'all.
Yeah.
But can we talk about this really quick?
Yes, that's what I was gonna say.
Thomas found us get like.
Well, I gotta say
on the
already,
bag.
be careful because if you already had your bags checked because of a white powder, there might be another little white powder inside of this bag. So just letting you know.
I'm gonna open her up real quick. All right. A little ASMR. Thank you so much. This is so fucking awesome, by the way. Thank you.
I hope it's a dick.
Yeah, so the 100 button party pack, I don't know, you might want to just let them know it's just talcum powder. It's not actual cocaine. It looks like it.
This is so dope. Fortune teller with a fish on it.
You too can get one of your own Paranoid American party packs at paranoidamerican.com.
And then the MK Ultra
An
paranoid
MK Ultra pamphlet.
pamphlet.
You're just gonna start getting into the good stuff now.
Oh, what's this? Oh, lottery tickets. What the fuck? Paranoid American lottery tickets?
No, those are just Publix lottery tickets.
Oh, lottery tickets. Lottery tickets from Paranoid American. And whatever I'm winning, I'm splitting. All right? I'm splitting with Paranoid American.
Layla means that. I feel it.
Listen, that was a gift. Okay, if I win on this, anything, it's split 50-50. All right, that's how it goes. That's it. That's in our culture. Now you know, I can't say the name, but you know what it is. You already know what it is.
It's the thrill outside.
Oh, let's open that nicely.
While Layla's opening that, I want to shout out to Byron and Michael and Tina and Zephyr and Light and Jay and D-Light. What's that, Thomas? The front of it.
That one is the Bush and Crowley family photo. So this is based on the concept that maybe Barbara Bush came out of the loins of Aleister Crowley.
Shout out to Bootsy and Ruel.
Little stickers in here.
Yeah, so this is from the Adrenochrome party pack. It's got a bunch of exclusive. Oh, I already said it. The Thrill Oxide party pack with Thrill Oxide stickers.
Very nice. This is going on my laptop. They're all going on the laptop. And then we have. This is a lot. This is so nice. Thank you very, very much. Oh, I got a syringe.
I know. I'm so excited. Thank you.
There's a disposable syringe. Okay.
It goes with something.
Oh.
It's not just a random syringe.
Oh, shit. Holy crap. Wait a minute.
There's mushrooms in there.
Hold on. I'm making a mess here. So there's this, I guess, blood pouches.
Yeah, so the syringe is used to fill the little IV bags.
Oh my gosh.
There you go. I don't know what I just
Thanks. Plasma bag.
Oh, yeah, the plasma bags. Fuck your
Thanks, plasma bag.
And room 237.
The official Paranoid American keychain.
Very nice. And then we got candies in here. Some Paranoid American candies. Tootsie Roll. USA baby all day. We got a thumb.
Yep.
Okay. That looks delicious. And we got a hand here. A cut off hand. That looks yummy.
Those are leftovers from Hillary Clinton's last takeout.
Yeah. And then this thing. I don't know what this is, but it's probably for that. Am I missing anything? No, right?
I think and then those little white plastic things are like clamp the ends once you fill the IV bag up with your soda.
Okay.
It keeps it in there.
Just pins it close. Okay. Thank you so much. This is awesome. And some more candies.
I'm super excited about that.
And you can find all this on paranoidamerican.com, right?
Well, not all of it. Some of that's exclusives for people in the room.
Yes. That's what's up, y'all.
That's the real bag too. This thick one because it's got all the different new sticker sheets in there.
Okay, I'm stoked about stickers.
Yeah, that one. I had to get big bags just to fit how much crap was in here.
Oh my God. All the stickers, guys.
That's the Monarch.
That's so cool.
Can you not hear me at all? Check.
There we go. That's perfect.
There we go. That is the Occult Book Club. Shout out Juan Ayadala. Skull and Bones.
These are so fucking dope.
That's probably my favorite one. That's the Heaven's Gate. And if you tilt it a little bit, you can see it's got the little holographic lines.
Look at that. That is so sick. These two.
The Jim Jones. Shout out to my friend Spider. They're the ones that did a handful of these ones.
They're so awesome. There's so many in here.
I think there's about 20. I think I've got 20 different sticker sheets now.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do anything in moderation ever.
These are so cool. Thank you.
Waco. I don't think anyone else has ever made a Waco sticker sheet. I'm pretty proud of that one.
This one?
That's Waco. Yeah, it's got David Koresh. It's got the Branch Davidian flag. It's got the dead rabbit because the ATF played sounds of rabbits dying for like 4 hours on all these different quarter stocks.
Really?
Yeah.
I lived in Waco for like a year and a half, 2 years, something like that.
Yeah, those are your stickers, Layla.
Yeah.
That one's John D. and Edward Kelly.
So
Oh,
sick.
that's badass.
There's a couple more, guys. Hold on.
Yep.
Alice Crowley.
That's another Crowley. You're actually going to go to hell now because he held those up.
God forgive me. And some more.
That's the moon landing.
I like this one. I love this one.
Yep, that's the Crowley Moonchild ritual.
I like that. And then some more goodies in here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wow. It's like,
Yeah, we got so much merch. This is only as much as I could fit in that bag, and the bag was like jam packed full.
look at that. Oh my God. So sick. Good
Wait, see what y'all are missing out on, Gordy? You're missing out, Gordy. We got a whole pack for you here.
Ah, Gordy.
We'll have to get them out in the morning. I guess.
Hi. Give
That
us
might be a
call.
thing.
If you need bailout money, bro, we got you.
We should and ask them if they accept Heaven's Gate sticker sheets as currency for bail.
We could try.
Tom Hanks plasma bag. It's like I hear that in my head. Even the Dolphin Illuminati song I was singing in the shower like 2 days ago. And then I don't know why the way that Donut said that song slaps or something like that. It's like I heard it in my head as part of the song, like the Dolphin Illuminati. That flag magic. I take people in when I meet them in real life in a way that like I'm so obsessed with people like fidgets. What do they do? And we're all kind of eaters, but I think we're all kind of smokers.
Yeah. I have to have my cigarettes, my bud.
Not like, well, bud, yeah, pot smokers. And we've been goody goodies and we're smoking like even right now. I'm like, I want to roll a joint. I just feel so much more relaxed if I could have a joint.
Mm-hmm. There's something about the whole like rolling, thinking about it, and then smoking it and having the conversation. And we were talking about this earlier when you get the joint in your hand for some reason, like you forget to smoke, but then thoughts flow out of you. It's like, what did you call it, Chaney? Like someone passes you the torch?
It's like
or-
the magic conch shell. Like,
Yeah.
like
It's called
talking-
bogarting it. That's what it's called.
yeah, it is called bogarting.
That's what Layla was up to today.
It's a blunt, not a microphone.
Yeah.
Layla was babysitting today, and I
And
was
I
watching her
normally
hand
don't.
move while she was talking. Like,
I normally don't, but it was like a good flow of thought. So I was like, and I totally forgot I had it in my hand, but you know, it happens to the best of us, you know.
What's up? Don't babysit that. Better pass the joint. I always start singing I Got Five on It when I hear people talk about that.
I got 5 on it. Yeah, today was chill. I could definitely and then I had a whole, like, idea of, well, I did have a dream last night. I don't typically dream, but I had a dream that I was massaging a pregnant person's feet.
Wow.
Like, a random pregnant person, like, I don't even know anything about them except that it was, like, pregnant, and I was just, like, massaging their feet, like, it didn't feel like my job or like they asked me, and I didn't know who it was to have any attachment. It just felt like, "Oh, I just am massaging a pregnant person's feet."
That's the film
That's
role
the
you
you
were in,
question.
though. You were like in somebody else's film role, like experiencing it. But also, I think like you were
Pregnant.
helping a pregnant lady. I think you did that.
What's the dream interpretation for rubbing somebody else's feet?
Yeah, and
Well,
a pregnant lady
it's
means
something
something
with
too.
Chaney's own feet. I'd like to see a acupuncture chart just so she could see where she was actually rubbing, because it might actually be a spot on your own body that you have like trapped emotion or something in.
Hmm.
Because usually when you have a specific body part, that's like when your body's telling you gotta, and it doesn't have to be your own. It's like any person in the dream. Like if somebody has
I
like,
know exactly what part of the feet I was rubbing too. Like that, the focus of the foot was more in my dream. And it was like, you know how we were talking about the yod earlier? It
Mhm.
was like in that ball of your foot, like in that line of going up. It was weird that I was like, oh my gosh, there's so much.
I just have to ask: are we talking like Matt Groening feet, or was it like nice feet?
I don't even remember the foot as much as the bottom of the foot. Like, I don't even remember what the foot looked like. Like, I didn't even think hammer toe or like, I didn't think anything. I was just like, I'm massaging a foot.
Feet are ugly. I hate feet.
I always think that's the craziest fetish, like a
Yeah.
foot fetish.
Why is
Odd.
that all of a sudden like a thing? Like I know it was a thing, but I'm just saying, why are there so many people who are like suddenly into feet?
Aroused,
Like-
like
Like,
sexually
yeah.
aroused.
Like girls all like, oh, I'm selling foot pictures.
Can
like,
you tell
what
us?
is the deal with that?
Would you like an idea why men have foot fetishes?
I don't, but I would say that the other things that men are typically attracted to, it's where pee and poop come out of. So I mean, what's so bad about it? Right?
That's a good way.
That's not
to
so
put
dirty
it.
compared to that.
I mean, if you
I
put
have a
it in that
theory. You know, I have theories.
Touche.
So I have
That's
this
a good
theory
point.
that we have been inundated in the last 30 years with women being the single provider to raising little boys. And there isn't as much men raising men anymore. And so little boys are going into places like changing rooms and women's bathrooms way later than they should be. So they're already having these sexual feelings and sexual emotions. They already know these sexual body parts attached to a woman. And then their mom's bringing them in these places that even if they're sitting on the outskirts of the stall or the outskirts of the changing room, all they can see is feet and ankles. So, in the exact same way as in certain cultures, how wrists are sexy because they make the women cover from head to toe, and the only thing you'd be able to see would be her wrist.
Yep.
So I think that they can connect the entire naked body, and so their imagination, in the way like a woman can get off more from her imagination, I think the guy is getting off more from his imagination and not even realizing it. And so the foot is the start of it. Like,
Why does that sound like one of the smartest things I've heard?
Yeah.
Wait, is it just start like at first they see the foot and they're working it up, or does it just start and stop at the foot?
I think it starts and stop at the foot if it's a pretty foot, because the woman would ruin the real illusion. Their imagination is always going to be better than the reality. So that's why men are into certain kind of foot, because it's like finding one dinosaur bone and then creating a whole dinosaur off of it. It's
Yeah.
like they can just see pretty feet, or they have a foot kink. Like, I like really, fucked up feet. They like fucked up feet because that's a working foot, or fits in a heel, or
Yeah.
it's a ballerina's foot, or it goes with something else. And so I think it's like,
You know what's another thing? The whole hijab thing with women covering. I've noticed that there's like a desire to that unseen, forbidden, pure, like that. In that culture, it represents like purity, cleanliness, like a good woman, a religious woman. So there's like this desire. I was like, oh, she's covered, so she's a good girl, like she's virgin, she's pure. So it brings a heightened sense of like want for that person. It's like the untouchable, the undesirable, desirable, you know?
Yeah,
So
because I heard of a person who was in the army who said that the most beautiful women in the world he'd ever seen, he'd only seen their eyes.
yeah.
And he just said, it's weird. You wouldn't think that it would be a thing because they're so covered up. He goes, and I have no idea what these women actually look like, but there was a few of them, you just see their eyes and you just know that they were probably the most beautiful woman you've ever seen.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, there is something to that. Like,
Wasn't there a cover on National Geographic of that lady from the Middle East, and she had these like beautiful like green eyes, and then they found her like 20 years later and took the same picture of her and her eyes.
But I think she ended up being mid in late life.
Yeah, yeah.
She was kind of mid.
Yeah, she was. She looked great as a kid.
She looked great as a kid, yeah, but she got
Yeah,
mid.
she was beautiful as a kid. But I mean, that shows a lot of wear and tear in her life, though. That shows what it does to a woman, the wear and tear and not being treated, I guess, right? And this is just me talking out of my ass. This is just like saying maybe. But the way that she lived wasn't like how women here in the US live. So she lived in the desert, in a hut, right?
Y'all, I'm gonna be real honest. I just pulled up the exact.
I can't hear you. Like I could hear your echo, but like not you.
I just pulled up the exact same picture
There you go.
like that I remembered in my head right when you said it, and I was like, "Oh, she's kind of a mid even on this cover." But what do you guys think?
Well, I mean, as far as like worn, torn,
Like her eyes are badass.
trees.
Like she has some slaying eyes. Like
She looks like a tiger. She has a tiger
her
jowl.
eyeballs are amazing. I dated a boy named Tommy that had those eyeballs once.
Incredible.
And she has freckles in her eyes.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see. It's you guys, here's her as an adult. We're gonna scroll up and see what we think.
Yeah.
Layla said, "Oh,
That is a handsome woman.
Woman.
yeah, that's what Geronimo used to look like."
I feel her through the picture, though. That's all I can say.
she's pretty. And she has beauty for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's National Geographic because she has the green eyes.
Yeah.
Are they green? Were they green eyes? Were they blue eyes?
Do you think that went to her head? Like when she
Oh
went
my
back
gosh,
to
she
the
was
village
such
and
a
she's
cunt.
like, yeah.
I have a feeling she got in trouble. Like, because they were like adamant of allowing her to take the picture in the first place because they had a whole interview done with that. Like, they came to the town, they're like, oh, we need to take a picture. And they were adamant about letting her take a picture. And finally, they allowed her after asking and asking and asking. And then, I don't know, knowing back with my history, I would have been shit scared after everyone's left. Oh my God, they're fucking leaving. I'm in so much trouble. I wasn't supposed to take the picture. So there's that, of that strictness. So
They should have just taken a picture of her feet and she would have been fine.
She could have started an OnlyFans and fed her whole village.
Geographic trend. The feet of Afghani war-torn children.
Oh my God. Hey, there might be a fetish for that, bro. And the Afghanis are known of like taking little boys and dressing them in girls and making them dance with only men around and like giving them money while they're shaking.
Doesn't that have
their
a
asses.
name?
I forgot what it's called, honestly.
Body boys? Am I just making that up?
I don't know. That
Something
sounds
like
like
that.
a new
Sounds
band that would
close.
come out of Orlando. The Body Boys. It sounds like a mix. That's what 98 Degrees, Jessica Simpson's husband's band. That's the only thing I know them as. I don't know one song they sing. I don't know anything about them. I just know that Jessica Simpson's husband had a band, and
Yeah.
they seem like they,
98 Degrees.
yeah. And I feel like they dress like firefighters.
They weren't it.
Do you
They
know a
thought they were
song?
it, but they weren't it.
What's a 98 Degrees song?
Wow.
Okay, what's a Jessica Simpson song?
These boots are made for walking.
How dare you say that's a Jessica Simpson song?
She did make a remake.
Yeah. But here's the funny part about Jessica Simpson that I'd gander. Jessica Simpson and Nick Simpson from the 98 Degrees. I
Chicken
don't
of
know
the
what his
Sea.
name was. But they were most famous for Chicken of the Sea.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
I know. That's what I was just about to say. Like, that's what everyone maybe knows him as. What
Yeah,
do you think? What's their most famous thing?
she recently remade the commercial with her and her daughter.
I think Jessica Simpson might be the first Ozempic. Like, she might have been the first person to take the
Oh.
Ozempic, and because you know how everyone's like, "Whoa, she doesn't look right."
A
It's
lot of
like
people are getting injured by that, you know that?
it
By
was
those
only a matter of time because doctors only are supposed to give out a certain amount, and because people wanted to lose weight so fast, they did it just like pill popping in their shit. Like they were like, "We're gonna go to pain management clinics." They went to a few different doctors, and so they could get a few different Ozempics, and then they got some Canadian knockoff brand of Ozempic, and they the same as their booster shots. They were mixing different of these things to stay non-hungry all the time.
Yeah.
And it used to be a diabetes drug. So how do you think it's not gonna mess with your insulin? And then there's a whole bunch of other people that theorize that the first booster was lowered your white blood cell count.
Hmm.
That's all it did. So that's why you may or may not get sick more, and if you never got another booster, it was fine because you just had less white blood cells and your body was gonna reproduce those. But the second booster, gave you an insulin boost, which on the lower white blood cells tell your body to not create as much insulin and that you're gonna keep giving it insulin boosts. And then right afterward, all this diabetes 1, 2, 3, everything's skyrocketing. We have all this weird sugar, and then they have insulin shortage in our country. And I feel like that messes with everyone's fight or flight in a weird way.
Well, it makes you catabolic. So you're like, if you go too long without eating, and everybody thinks that like less calories is better, but or I know a lot of people are into intermittent fasting and it has applications, but the longer you go without eating, the more likely your body is going to burn protein, which converts to sugar, glucose, which your body runs on. It's going to burn your muscle to do that before it's going to burn the fat on your body. So all these people are actually just losing muscle mass. They're not losing fat. And so like they're losing a lot of weight because guess what? Weighs more than fat, muscle. So they're losing it fast, but they're also like the sagging, the deteriorating skin, all that. That's like, it's an issue because if you're starving your body will, it'll become catabolic, which means it's burning it's burning muscle to sustain itself, to sustain the whole Krebs cycle and the glucose. But then you're also, when you do eat fatty foods or foods that aren't good for your body automatically, because it was catabolic, is going to store it to fat to save for later. So these people probably still have high body fat, but they're like losing muscle tissue.
When I was going through cancer, and one of the things like cancer deteriorates first, it's like people always think, oh my gosh, I lost so much weight from cancer, but you don't lose fat. You lose all your muscle, and that's why the scale drops so drastically because it's almost like no matter you start not eating enough calories, and then the calories you don't even realize you're not eating enough calories because you're not hungry enough, and there's only so much fat a body can burn before that's not the best thing for it to burn anymore. It realizes it needs this little bit of fat going through your head just so your brain will work. And so it keeps it in your cells. And so it's like, we got to let go of this muscle. And that's where you lose your entire, like, you don't even realize, like, your every bit of muscle that you lose in your butt or your calf or your bicep is also your heart. So it's like all those little things that you're like, holy shit, my muscle just depleted, which you always think, oh my gosh, wouldn't it be so rad to lose 25 pounds in a month? No, if that ever happens to you, 100% of the time, it's your muscle. And your muscle just decides all to leave at the same time. You don't lose your muscle, like it deteriorates slowly. It's just like 1 or 2 weeks and your muscle's gone. And all of a sudden you're like, I swear I think I had a butt once. And then you're like, "Oh, I never had a butt, I guess, but it's just, oh, your butt's a muscle. But I didn't realize your butt was a muscle until I lost mine.
I
And I
didn't
saw
know the
this.
tongue was a
I
muscle.
was like, oh, your butt's a muscle. And then I was like, then I saw what I lost in my hiney.
I think it was in the last 2 years I found out the tongue was a muscle. I didn't know it was a muscle.
I always knew that.
I didn't know that. I thought it was just like its own thing doing its thing in there.
What else would it be though?
Lingua tacos are
Like
pretty
it's
bomb.
like an organ. Like it does its
I
thing. It
think
allows.
it is. It's
Yeah.
a muscle organ. Like your heart's an organ, but your heart's also a muscle, right?
A muscle? Is it a muscle?
Yeah, it's a muscle. It's
I thought it was a valve.
It's a muscle, and that's the first thing you eat if you like hunt. If you're like deer hunter or whatever, you always eat the heart first, heart and liver.
Like, yeah, is the liver a muscle?
I think no, it's
I'm
just
thinking
an
of it
organ.
like that because it allows you to speak, control, what comes out of your mouth in a sense, and it's connected to your brain different than a muscle. So it's like I look at it as like its own like thing. Like
It's a good point.
yeah.
Good point. Because can you work out your buff? Can you make like a
Yeah,
buff
you
tongue?
can.
Yeah?
Yeah, you can. Absolutely. If you know what you're doing, you can.
I was actually messing with technical stuff.
I was looking at the chat, so I didn't even hear it. So sorry.
No, there was no. I still had in my like lingua and the muscle, and then it's like I didn't even need to get involved in the conversation of whether or not I thought the tongue was a muscle. I feel like it's like, oh, if the if somewhere there was like a tongue muscle Olympics, I would throw kegs over walls. Like I'd be like a strong man.
Can you do 3 loops? Can you do 2 loops?
I can 100% do a cherry stem in a knot.
Yeah, for sure.
I could
Or
probably do
unravel
2,
a
depending
starburst
how long.
wrapper off a starburst.
I can do
You've done
2,
that?
sometimes 3, but like I also, when they took out my wisdom teeth, they cut nerves. So like I get this weird pain in the center of my tongue when I try to do it sometimes. So
Here's a weird thing. Layla, you have wisdom teeth growing back.
Yes, I do. Okay.
Back?
Yeah. Okay. I had all 4 pulled out. I had braces, guys, believe it or not. Yes, I do have a gap. But besides the point, I had to have all 4 of my wisdom teeth pulled out. These 2 grew back in. This one is starting to grow back in. And this one,
Is that even a thing? Because I found that
Yeah.
when you were born, you like the teeth are there and they just kind of keep growing. So what do they
2%.
form, like another one?
yeah.
Or were there like a backups behind the ones you had?
I think it's the backup wisdom teeth that I had. I don't know. They say 2% of people, 2% of 7,500 people experience their wisdom teeth growing back after it gets
So you just
pulled
get them
out.
taken out again?
No, I'm keeping them this time. Fuck that.
I would keep them because that's the whole point. Is when you start losing your molars, they grow in.
I feel brain dead now. Like, I don't know. Like, I think the wisdom teeth will give me my wisdom back in my brain. Like, I forget words. I forget names. I forget, like, terms for things. I don't know what's going on up there. So
The
maybe
teeth will
It's
fix
called
it.
being a stoner,
maybe the
Layla.
teeth will fix it. It's the weed, but, I'm just making excuses.
So I had to look this up. The tongue is actually. Am I muted or unmuted? I don't know. No, I'm good. The tongue is a set of 4 different muscles. Just learned that today. So there's 4 different muscles that make up the tongue. So the tongue's not one muscle. It's a group of 4 muscles.
Almost like a heart valve.
Well, and that's why those people they get their tongues like cut. They can like do weird little things and make like the pincher motion because you've got like those are the 2 muscles that are moving left and right. I guess.
Interesting. And did you hear about the whole lisp part? Some people have the lisp that I guess the thing that connects. They call it a lisp. It's like that web that's
Oh, that
underneath the
connects
tongue.
to the bottom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you can get it chopped off.
yeah, and you
Yes.
won't have a lisp anymore apparently if you get that chopped off. So people with a lisp usually have that webbing underneath their tongue. And if you want to get rid of your lisp, you get that cut off and you'll speak a little bit more
This is
cleaner.
not official medical advice. Just a
No,
quick
don't.
disclaimer. I don't know if you've heard of this before. I'm not sure if it's
No,
accurate.
me either.
Don't go and try it. Just
Like a
because you
slice
read it.
with no ice. If you say slice with no ice, then you also you're saying the thing underneath your tongue.
Yeah, some people have it, not everybody.
I
So
thought it was
that
like a
webbing.
certain length to do it. Can you
Some
roll
people
your
have it.
tongue?
No. Wait,
You
I
know
don't know.
that's hereditary.
I could do other things, but I'm shut up.
Like being able to roll your tongue. If you can roll your tongue, one of your parents can roll their tongue.
Both my parents can, but I fell down the stairs when I was 3, and my canine went directly through the middle of my tongue. So because it healed, I've got scar tissue right in the middle, so I can't do the tongue roll.
Oh, I had my tongue pierced in the middle, but it
You
doesn't.
can still do it?
Yeah. And I can also like clam my tongue, so I can like split it in half,
I
and
do this.
I'll show you. It's Ripley's Believe It or Not. It's so Orlando.
High
I'll do
school,
'em.
not high school, junior high, and like elementary school, and we were like, that what's it called? The taco.
Tongue taco?
Rolling your tongue.
Is that rolling your tongue? No, I know people who can actually roll their tongue, like do a whole fucking wave. Yeah, like it's strange. That's why I'm like, yo, that's a weird ass organ, the tongue. Muscle, excuse me, muscle. What that tongue do though?
Is that true? That doesn't sound accurate.
I think it's the strongest muscle in our body.
That sounds inaccurate.
I don't know. I'll have to look it
I
up.
heard something.
What about like your thighs? That seems like it would be stronger than a freaking tongue.
Or is it your feet?
Y'all, I've been talking to you guys, but I don't think my mic hasn't been on.
It's been on and off.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
We're working out the kinks.
yeah, it'll get better by
Sorry.
we just are started at the real time. We knew it was gonna be like an hour of sound check and figuring this shit out. So yeah. Are we looking up tongue? Is the tongue
I'm looking, yeah. The
Okay.
tongue is not the strongest, but it's the most flexible. That's why it's possible to use all day long without becoming fatigued. The strongest muscles are the quads and the glutes.
You hear that, gentlemen? No excuses. I don't want to hear it. No excuses. That's it.
Dang, I'm sitting here talking and I'm like bragging about my quads and glutes right now, and I had my mic muted.
I
That's what's
know.
up.
I heard you. That's the whole thing too, is like we all have ears in, but I can hear you past my ears, and then there's a delay onto what we hear on camera, and then there's an extra delay on what's on the YouTube.
I had to take the headphones off.
I had to
because
take
of
mine
the
out
delay.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. I'm all ears. Layla is all balls. I like, even if I give Layla a like random situation of like, look at what if that car cut us off right now? She's like, bet. Even when I was telling the story in here about how the guy was in my apartment in college, Layla was like, brah, 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 brah." She was like killing them already. She's like, you know what we do? You know what we do?
She brought out a butterfly knife. She starts like sharpening
And
it.
she cut his
No,
tongue
my
out.
katanas. Are you kidding me?
It seems like Albanians would cut
fans.
tongues out. Cutting a tongue out seems like, yeah, they wouldn't be able to speak forever, but the idea of like, you're not going to be able to tell anyone, only if they couldn't write,
I think they do a lot of the finger cutting.
they'd have to cut off like a lot.
I think I told you guys this story about how someone in our family, I'm not going to say any names, but in Brooklyn, he did a little selling house scheme. He would claim that these houses were his, and he'd show people, he's like, listen, I can't show you inside, but let's sign the contract, get everything going. They're leaving this month, and I get to show you the apartment, the house. So he would get the down payments off of these people out of thin air and make money. And then the mob found out and they cut his fingers off. Like he was scheming all kinds of people. So they cut 1, 2, 3. Yeah, these 3 fingers off, and he only had these 2, or was it these 2?
How much did he make?
Oh, he made a lot of money. I don't know.
I mean, we're talking like a couple million per finger.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. These are just rumors that I've heard, like through the family talking, and I'm just like, oh my god, he really did that. But my dad's side of the family are fucking crazy, like mobsters, and like it goes political, like very deep, and it's back home, not here. But yeah, conspiracy.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, kinda, sorta.
What's a chola? You're a
I'm a
chola?
chola. What's
What
a
is that?
chola?
Is that a Mexican thing?
Yeah, what's a
Like
chola,
like a
guys?
cholo?
I feel like this person cursed me out. Am I a chola?
Yeah, the female version of cholo.
Okay, so you're just like a female Latin gang member.
Oh,
Yeah,
probably.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I grew
Yeah.
up in, you know, an environment that was very hood. I went to school with Bloods, Crips, Latin Kings, and it was the hood. R&B is our shit. Hip hop was our shit. We didn't know who were we talking about earlier? What was his name? From Margaritaville?
Jimmy Buffett.
Jimmy Buffett. We don't know who Jimmy Buffett is in the hood.
I remember the big thing in the hood when I was in South Texas was something called 3 flowers, trace something, and like all the
Tres
hood flores,
flores.
and it's like shoe polish,
And the
it's
smell of it.
thick black shoe polish. They would just put it in their hair and slick it back. And I remember hearing from multiple like that was what you could determine between like the real cholos and the fake cholos is whether or not they use trace
Tres
flores.
flores. Yes. It was, oh my gosh. And it's like the smell of that.
It's like shoe polish. It smells like shoe polish.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I had
Maybe that's a Texas thing.
bad memories associated with that smell.
Yeah, we had do-rags. We had,
I finally figured out how to get everything to work. I didn't lose the stream. I reset everything. I was so nervous, and that's the other reason I handed Abbie my phone on stream, because I was like, if I lose stream here, it might keep it there to get the comments back up in the chat. And you guys were talking about cholas, and cholas are like Mexican badass bitches, and they wear like a flannel shirt or a really tight shirt, and they have their tits out, and they might like also it's like a mix of like a 1950s rockabilly with gang style. And like a cholo would be like khaki pants, Converse, plaid shirt, wife beater underneath, shaved head.
Is this the one button on top
Yes,
flannel and the rest of it opens up? Okay.
And
Yep, yep.
so a chola, if like I were to say, like if we had a battle, like a video game, and you got to pick your character of who would battle, and they all had different weapons, a chola's weapon would be a chancla, and she would be able to throw it like better than any boomerang or Chinese star you've ever seen. And if you guys want to like look up weird videos, look up Mexican woman's like accuracy with a chancla, and they'll have like, here's my mom with a chancla, and it'll have somebody running down the street from their mom, and she will chuck a chancla and hit them like 2 houses away, like boop, right in the back of the head.
That culture is very serious. Like the women, especially, I guess I don't know where they get their inspiration, but it reminds me of the whole geisha and because it started off with a pale makeup around the eyes, very arched, dark eyebrows, very outlined lips. It was just very hard, sharp, and like dark. It pops out. But I love it. I love that chola culture. Mad respect for the women.
This is also the shave your eyebrows off and pencil them back on as like little lines, right?
Yeah, and then they make fun of them and say, "Oh, Sharpie," but it's not the Sharpie. It's like a technique. Like this is their whole culture. There's a whole fashion to it, and if you know, you know. Like I respect them. Respect, shout out. They're fucking badass bitches, bro. Don't fuck with them. Seriously, don't fuck with them. I love strong women.
Well, the other thing too about the SoCal, you always hear the Valley Girl voice, and they always really give tons of credit to white people. So it'll be like, oh my God, you're so like blah, blah, blah. But if you ever hear like a chola start talking really fast. It almost sounds like a Miami Cuban. And so it almost like the difference, like there is a vibe to like when you get into the Miami Spanish, where if you're in the SoCal Spanish, it has a Valley Girl vibe. Like it is a full different dialect sounding. I mean, obviously Cuban to Mexican Spanish is totally different dialect, but even the if you take a Florida Mexican to a SoCal Mexican, there's that Valley girl in the cholas that I know because they're all still SoCal girls. So it's like their vibe and their
I
thing
know,
is
huh?
yeah, it's like oh, I don't know. They're just their whole own
Yeah.
gig.
What's the show? What's his name? The big head man, George Lopez. He had his own show, and he would have cholas on there, and their Valley Girl type of talk that you're talking about is on there. Like she comes on there, and she's like, "I know her," like very bougie. Love her.
They're saying you're chola. It's like I feel like some people feel like a lot of people from New York are a little chol like in their head, it's like that street vibe is like
That is it. New York City Chola is New York City hood for girls, and we had a look. It was like the slicked hair, like it was cut from this side, very slick, big hoop earrings, your Jordans or Timberlands, your puffy North Face, your North Face pack or pouch. It was a look, you know. If you know, you know. It was a look, and they called me Laylo.
oh, we know.
Hmm.
Layla because she likes symbolism. She just took it even though she didn't lay it with anyone.
I just didn't want beef with anybody at all. I made friends with everybody. Oh, I'm cool. I'm cool. You good? I'm good. You good?
Before we Medici, what else has happened in the world this week? I feel like I've been totally unplugged. I feel like something happened with Kanye this week. Like he was back in the news about something. Here's the things I feel like on the outskirts. There was a flaming plane into Miami. There something with Kanye. Britney's account was back on. Um,
Vivek
dropped
stepped
out of the
down.
race.
Hmm.
Trump is indicted again, like another witch hunt.
Yeah, his message today was weird on your phone.
Yeah, it was. Okay.
You keep hearing yourself echo somewhere now.
Now it's better. Way better. Way better. Oh, wait. Oh, wait.
I think it might be Chaney's phone right here.
Oh, maybe it's my phone. Is it on mute? Is my phone on mute? I thought the microphone part was on mute. Are we still online?
There we go. Yeah, it says live.
Okay, as long as it's
Hey.
fixed.
Sorry, guys. We're going to get better.
Was it fixed because I was on mute though?
Now Layla's echoing. Am I?
I don't know.
All good now. Thank you. Appreciate it.
One of the things that I always say, like in the time traveler Trump theory of it all, is I always think it's so interesting that Mar-a-Lago was raided on August 8th, 2022. And since 2015, the Trump, like if you guys, any of you text 88022 from your phone, it goes to the Trump campaign. So if you're watching a movie of it all and how, like scripted reality or the simulations out of control with like naming Anthony Weiner, uh, it makes me crazy that on August 8th, 2022 is when Mar-a-Lago got raided and 88022 is the Trump number that's always been that he's been standing behind. It drives
Dude,
me loony.
So what do you think it
first
means?
post don't lie. Brittany posting her naked picture again, and she just said a better edit of my booty pic. Was she not just? She's watching us.
What did I
Just
say about
saying.
that booty pic though? Where's her snake tattoo in it?
Oh,
And
it's
it
an old
wasn't in
photo.
it.
It's the same old photo, but it's so she just reposted it after she reposted it like what 2 days ago. Whenever she reopened her account,
Y'all,
and then
I
she's
know.
talking about the booty pic. Hey Brittany, you should ask for a live link. We'll let you come on.
Y'all, I know you're like, why Brittany? Why Brittany? You guys, if you don't know, you don't know. It's like it's very deep. Brittany connects to everything. It's not just like teeny bopper shit. Like she connects to everything. Like every theory that besides I guess flat earth maybe. But like every conspiracy, like Russian conspiracy, like AI technology, like I feel it goes down a lot of rabbit holes or connects to a lot of rabbit holes.
If you don't understand why Britney isn't connected to everything, go fuck your mother. Be up yourself, bruh. Yeah, it's so weird just pulling those out randomly when you guys are right in the room. So Vivek, Trump, I do feel like there's been a little bit of I think this is an interesting thing in the conspiracy world that happens. And it happens with a bunch of topics all the time. And I think it's funny. So there's a hierarchy of what we decide we're allowed to talk about and what the important stuff is that we're allowed to talk about. And so, like, if people are into the shape of the planet, they're like, how could you talk about anything else other than the shape of the planet? Because if you prove that they're lying to us about NASA, then it's proof that they're lying to us about everything. And this kind of idea is like a keystone that you can pull down where I feel like it's kind of true about any conspiracy once you realize it, that if they could take down 2 twin towers, they could do that about anything. If they could lie to us about this war, they could lie to us about it. If this girl with the incubator babies, they could lie to us. So you don't necessarily, so in the conspiracy realm, there's like tiers that people see themselves as authoritarians of intelligence. And so you're only allowed to ask questions about what is considered the conspiracy, like what are we allowed to talk about? So what I've noticed is if you bring up conspiracies like Miami Mall aliens, that's low hanging fruit. And you're like,
What?
yeah, like why are you even talking about that? Why would you even waste our time? Who are you educating talking about Miami Mall aliens? Because that's what they want us to talk about. Even though in reality, like CNN and Fox News isn't talking about that. So CNN and Fox News, what are they talking about? Oh, they have us going on still with World War III and whatever. But we're not talking about that because that's what they want us to talk about. And then the Epstein thing's going on, but we're not supposed to talk about that because that's also a low-hanging fruit. It's like the only thing now is for those hierarchy people is to talk about all of us talking about those things that we shouldn't be talking about.
So, okay, going back to the whole, zombies eating people in Miami, eating people's faces off, and they kind of like brushed that under the radar. Don't you think that maybe something did happen in Miami and they're like kind of brushing in the radar and saying that kids were, what was the story that was behind it?
Well, they did bath salts and they ended up eating somebody's face over
Yeah, that. But now in the mall, what was the story that they try to cover up with some kids were like raiding or like looting a store and all these cops came because of some kids looting the store? I'm like, that's kind of weird to have like 60 cop cars just come for that incident. So I'm just like, were they hiding something like, the whole face eating situation that we don't know
Okay,
about?
I just want to say in my 3D real because I have to like dissect everything. Like, why are the lights purple? Maybe they're just cheaper on energy and they're replacing the old bulbs. Like kind of like idea. So in a real world that we live in, if we're playing like Grand Theft Auto or I don't even some game against each other and you beat me, I could just and we I don't even know if we're allowed to say the words on actual online, but you could send a whole like TAWS backward. You could send a whole team of fuzz to people and say you're holding people hostage and do that. And all that will show up at just a house. So if a fake call is made to a mall, or if they say there's a whole gang fight at the mall, it's like how much are they going to overdo? And here's where I'll just say one of the things that triggers me in life. Any 911 call across the world, how many 911 calls need a whole bunch of boys to come and play on a red fire truck?
I mean, I just asked that question because you compare it to a school shooting, you'll have maybe like 10 cop cars, and you have a mall situation, you have 60 fucking cop cars. It's like, what?
But the
For
school
people
shootings aren't
looting?
happening in Miami.
That's true.
Miami, if you look at 60 cop cars compared to the police force, it's what? You might have 60 cop cars in New York or Chicago and not think twice about it. But 60 cop cars right here, right now would be outlandish.
Yeah.
And so, but Miami's Miami. And so they have like, each quadrant has its own cops. They have a sheriff's department. They have a thing. And so if you needed all these force to come in, it would be kind of easy. But this is my real thing with tax dollars, real life. Every single 911 call, if a lady trips and falls on her floor, a fucking red fire truck goes out every single time. So it's like how much tax dollars they clean the fire truck, how many idiots get paid tons of money a year to play pickleball until a 911 calls that actually needs you to bring a red fire truck with a ladder on it. But every 911 call needs that red fire truck to go. They don't care about tax dollars. They don't care about, so I think at the end of the year and beginning, they have to spend a certain amount of money that is like uh gig, like they have to spend a certain amount. So some things I'm like, they could make up a whole shenanigans just so that the city of Miami can say we had to spend an extra $1.2 million so they can get that on their books every year.
Yeah, put it in the pockets.
Is something bothering you with sound, Layla?
Yeah, I hear an echo. I don't know why. It's like, right, guys? Yeah, I think it's yeah, it's not, yeah. It's gone now. Uh-huh. Yeah, now it's good. But like,
I need
yeah.
I need a way to just tap mine and turn it on and off.
I
I'm
know.
jealous now.
I love it. I was like, oh man, this is just some bullshit fucking, mic. I'll just grab it. And then I saw that was like on, off, on, off. I was like, ooh, this is cool. And it's actually clutch. Oh, what's this? What are we doing? What's that? Oh shit. Oh, hey. You see, Gordy?
Does your trainer watch these and said, like, I saw you eating donuts. What are you doing?
I'm totally not. And I'm like your trainer. And then I was thinking, like, oh no, did I already say something bad at some point that like will get you in trouble with your trainer?
Nah.
And you feel sillier in this outfit than any of the other outfits that you've ever worn.
Listen, how are we gonna smoke weed right now?
We have to take turns to go outside.
Like hit a bowl kind of deal?
Look at how are we gonna do this right now?
Yeah. We should probably do
I'll
the
turn
bowl
this one off.
situation.
I'll turn.
I smoke a lot of weed, apparently. I'll quit one day if the right person comes along and is like, I don't like that shit.
That doesn't sound like the right person.
Yes,
That's what I
master.
was thinking. I'm like, if anyone like
Takes a special kind of man to say, stop that. And I'm like, okay, I'll do that.
yeah, I don't know why you would need to quit smoking weed.
I'll shut the fuck up.
Are you not paying your bills?
Huh?
Are you beating your children, not paying your bills? Are you unhealthy? Why would you ever need to quit smoking marijuana?
I don't know. Eventually, I want to quit, just like be completely sober. Like, I'm sober in alcohol, sober sexually, sober not with cigarettes, that I got to quit too. So I have these two addictions that'll probably just ward off one day.
Don't you think like warding off MSG and shitty food way before marijuana?
Oh my God, yeah.
Like put marijuana way down on the list of
Yeah,
things.
you're
Like if you
right.
want a
I'm
sober
bugging.
life, you
I'm
could
fucking bugging.
like stop eating McDonald's
Tripping, bro.
before
You see what
weed.
happens when you don't smoke? You think weird thoughts like that. Like, oh,
You're
I'm
already
gonna
like, I'm gonna quit smoking because you haven't smoked for 30 minutes. She's already given up completely.
She got through the
I'm
first
sober.
round of like.
quit.
She got through the withdrawals, the first 30 minutes of it.
Yeah.
Alcohol is the worst.
It is.
Somebody
Well, I'm not gonna say the worst. It's fun once in a while, you know. You just like have a glass of wine here and there. I'm gonna drink tomorrow, just for fun, you know.
I haven't drank in so long. I haven't drank since 11/21/2022.
Yeah, and I
And
can.
oddly enough, if you text 11/21/2022,
Your
Trump will tweet
birthday.
at you, witch hunt, witch hunt. He
Wait,
won't
what?
really do that. I was just trying to make reference to the
Uh,
8802 later
I'm like, what? You see how
earlier.
gullible I am? I'm like, really?
If Gordy was here, he would have laughed at that silently and it would have validated me.
Uh,
So, the other crazy thing that I'm gonna pull up a picture of, uh, I saw a picture of Barron Trump today, and
Beautiful,
I was like, that is
Daddy.
a Nephilim. I want to
Wait, I
also,
shouldn't say that.
can
He's
we
young. He's underage. Shut the
can
fuck
we
up,
change the way we say Nephilim? Like
Nephilim.
Nephilim. Okay, it's like tomato, tomato. Can we change it so it's neither of those and then correct everyone? Because I have this thing too. Homunculus was the hot word of conspiracy for 2023 that everyone all of a sudden knew what it was. They studied homunculus too. It's like Juan put it on the timeline, and then everybody else was like a junior homunculologist.
When
Yeah.
you're hearing TikTokers TikTok about homunculus, it's like, oh, come on, please. This all started with Juan.
Yeah,
We know where this started.
And so, I think the word now of 2024, you're gonna notice every single conspiracy person, like the hot word, like Tataria was of 2021, the hot word Nephilim. Everything's gonna be Nephilim. Everything is gonna be attached to this somehow. They're gonna attach every conspiracy. You're gonna find full podcasts about it, and it's gonna be the thing. So I think it would be great to make up a new way we say the word, and then every time anyone comes on and says it, we all correct them with this word that it fucks them up. But we do
Yeah.
it in a way where I'm like, it's Nephele. Like I just whatever it is. And then we go on with conversation a little bit. And when they say it again, Thomas is like, Nephele.
That's why I say
Actually, the starting N and final M are both silent. A lot of people don't know that one. It's just FO.
Well,
Yeah, like, and we
I
all
like
just go
that.
along with it. And Layla's like, in my language, Ethel, it like, and she
Yeah.
like says a thing.
like I'll say it in my language, like Nephilim literally means in the beginning, Nephilim. And a lot of words, that's why I want to start this whole etymology of like my language, because when you go into the Semitic language and they have, I guess, the lexicons of the words to break down what the root is, and you'll find the root word in Albanian in there, or ancient Illyrian, or what was the word? Epirus, the Epirus language. And yeah, a lot of the words like Aphrodita. Aphrodita means closest to the sun. Venus is closest to the sun. Athena, Athana, meaning the moon, which is the moon goddess, and is referenced with the owl, that she always carries the owl with her. So there's a lot of words that I'm finding that is connected to the Albanian language, to the ancient language, like Thoth. The way we say it is Thoti, and Thoti means to speak, like the word. So Thoth is the creator of language. So that's where I'm like, why are our words so like descriptive in a way that makes sense in what the teachings show? So I kind of want to start a little series on that and like break words down in Albanian.
What's the word for sacrifice?
Sakrafis.
So same word basically.
Well, no, you would have to break down like everything's like one word, but in Albanian it's broken up in pieces. So it'll be like sa, ka, ra, fisa. So it's like sakara fisa. How many fisa is lines, I guess, or bloodlines? Yes, sa fisa kara. So it's like how many bloodlines fell.
That's what it stands for. Sacrifice. Wow, that's wild.
Yeah, so it's like sacrifice. What are you sacrificing? So it's like how many lines have fallen.
What about Mountain Dew in Albanian?
Oh, I don't know. Mountain Dew.
I feel like
I don't
there's
know.
something magical about it.
Probably. I would have to like dig. This is just me off the top of my head, but like really getting into it. Like I have an actual map of our language connecting with the Egyptian hieroglyphs and what the hieroglyphs mean in our language, and then we can interpret that into English. So from Egypt to Albanian to English, so you can get the clear wording of what the hieroglyphs mean. So it's a pretty cool language. I'm finding out. It's like pretty interesting. Yeah, because we do say it, not because of our pride, but we call it the mother of all languages, the Albanian language. And if you look at a language tree, you will see that on the bottom near the roots, Albania has its own branch. So they're not sure where. There's still in debate, like where did the Albanian language come from? When did it start? But I have a feeling it is the start of languages. But not because I'm Albanian, but I'm just saying it could be an option, maybe. So yeah, little info on that.
The source code is in Albanian.
Yeah, because I hear a lot of podcasters that say, "Oh, this goddess and Greek, ancient Greek, this ancient Greek that." I was like, but ancient Greek wasn't even ancient Greek. Greece was founded in 1830. The old Greek was a thing, but it was Helena or Hellenic. Hellenic. And then you had Troy, the different tribes. So it wasn't Greek, it was just the tribes of the Illyrian, Pelagician, Dardanians, the Arvanites. The Arvanites, I think they call them, the Greek Albanians that live today.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, then they have the Italian Albanians, and a lot of Albanians back in the day were part of the whole papacy bloodlines. So there's a lot of Albanian bloodlines that are tied with the papacy or the popes and the Catholic Church. Mother Teresa is one of them. She's Albanian. She was born in Macedonia. Many people don't know that. I'm not proud of that, guys. I know she's a trafficker. I know. So yeah.
So
Interesting.
Dr. Fauci's Albanian?
Maybe. Maybe.
Hmm.
Danny DeVito found out he was Albanian. His grandmother, Italian Albanian.
You know, you were saying something. I don't think it was on air, and I think it was you saying it. You were saying something that the giants connected to the little people somewhere, or were you saying it?
No, it was Abbie.
I was. Well,
Abbie,
it's
say that
a
again.
Anne Rice thing, but she is pretty damn smart. And like every one of her books totally weaves the mythology. Like she goes in depth and actually teaches you while you're reading her fiction. She writes her fiction around actual myths and like local legends and stuff. But she in the Mayfair Witch Saga, she goes into the whole like the little people, legend of little people. And this goes for like the Native American little people. This goes, which you're not supposed to talk about after dark. But also, like the Irish little people and stuff, but that their bloodlines are a little bit different, like their DNA is a little bit different, and that they're related to the giants. So which she calls the Taltos. So the giants actually, when the bloodlines are mixed, like so even like a female little person could mix with a giant and have giant offspring. So it's the same bloodline. I like see you guys on the same screen. It's so cool. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Well, we're gonna carry a whole bunch of weight, Abbie. Are you ready for this? Okay, but this is actually the reason I did bring it up is because I think it's interesting that if Danny DeVito is Armenian or Albanian, and then Albanians say that there's a lot about their language and everything that could be the center of the the world or like the start, then a lot of people also think that giants sometimes have stuff to do with little people, so if that's a thing,
Well, and the whole twins of it all with Danny DeVito, like, because that
doing
almost
Arnold.
that's almost the little person and the giant, like the whole idea that they're the twins, same DNA, but then they're
Yeah, I know the whole thing that everyone, so if in another philosophy, instead of thinking it in this like uh homunculus way of that always representing the little man, what if it's showing the giant and the little person? So then I'm gonna pull up the Virgin Mary, and Jesus, the one of the little man. And because this is
Yeah,
another
it's
thing
so bizarre.
that gosh, I have so much shit going on here right now. It's so much extra stuff and chords. If you're a fan of MMA, which I will be watching tomorrow night, UFC, Tony Ferguson, one of my favorite fighter. He was like the best fighter in the whole or wasn't the best fighter in the whole world, but he was one of my favorite fighters, and he tripped over cords doing promotion and ripped his knee, and I would say
Oh,
the cords are what kind of cost him his whole career. So it's just like, ugh. Anyways, walking around cords, that has nothing to do with nothing. I'm trying to find if Juan was here, which I feel like I should text him and be like, just come over. It's probably like 10 minutes away from his house. I would be able to pull up all the weird homunculus pictures with the little man, or if Thomas was in here, he'd just send it to me right now. But I think that if Mary is holding the little man, instead of that being a depiction of a homunculus, you know how we were talking about Isis being the representation of the fallen, and everyone's like the Nephilim fall, and they slept with the daughters of man. But if it was all a bigger womb, then what if she was just actually holding a little man? And that was Mary, which could have been a Nephilim or a giant womb. She wasn't far off. She was one of the bloodlines. So if Magdalene or Virgin Mary are actually a giant, them holding a little human might not be a big, huge difference. Like they might actually be showing you these women were fucking Amazonian.
they had the big wombs.
Yeah, they're big ass wombs. And this is another weird not so far off, so you can get wherever with it. But what if for real, they're like, "Oh, and God will never flood the earth again." Well, what if it wouldn't flood the earth again because the water only breaks once to give birth?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And so if we are in a world, if we were born, this world was born, this realm was born, the water was broken once, and then the land has slowly risen from the waters, which would be the waters of the womb, the thicker part of, the life, the water would be the life of everything. Like, is that the thing they search for in the universe? That's what they tell us with NASA. Like, we're just searching for
Yeah, the
life on another
water.
planet. It's just water that they're looking for
Yeah.
in some kind of form, frozen, liquid, under the surface.
Crystallized.
Yeah, some form of water. So it's just interesting.
Do you remember when they shot that rocket at the moon, allegedly, to look for water on the moon?
That was kind of recent too, wasn't it?
I don't feel like it was super recent, but just the whole idea. Like, I just remember thinking, I didn't give these motherfuckers permission to do that. Like, what makes them think that that would be okay? But now I'm like, but is the moon even real? I
But
think it's
this is
just a
the
little
whole
light.
other thing too. Even with the Antarctica Treaty, let's just play in a realm of the real 3D. Antarctica is what they say it is. All the shit is what they, say is going on. We all go to war all the time and kill each other's children, but we all agree not to mess with Antarctica's penguins. Let's just say that's the real world we live in. The same as the state parks with me. This triggers the shit out of me. How are they allowed to tell me I can't go in that park after 10 p.m.? This is so fucking triggering. So this is one thing we do. It's like I call it the gun debate versus mental health debate that Republicans and Democrats have, when the more dangerous debate to me, as much as I'm not going to lose my gun unless they come rip it out of my cold hand. But if the Republicans or the right side keep arguing about mental health, the government will be able to come and tell us who crazy is. And that's the weaker thing, because you have both sides battling at once. I forgot the whole fucking point of where I was originally going with all this hype.
That's okay. I kind of like it.
This is the
Wherever you're
Celsius
going is
energy
good.
drink. This is the Celsius energy drink. The rocks are gay. I forgot.
Shot out of a cannon.
Maybe somebody in the chat will remember. The moon, the planets, the shooting, the thing.
Antarctica, the ice wall.
Oh yeah, and you're like, we're not allowed to do that shit there, and we're not allowed to go into the parks, and we're not allowed to. So they have us arguing like, look at Abbie's littering in the park. Government, come do something. And the government's like, good, no one's allowed in the park after 10 now. It's like, what the fuck?
It's like them closing Walmarts after COVID. Like they used to be 24 hours and now they all close at 11. It's like,
So it's the same as the moon. How
sorry, I had to.
it's
I
like
was
our
frustrated
tax
last night.
no, like our tax dollars were obviously paying money. Like you could go to the moon, here, do these things. You're researching, like here, we're paying this extra money. Go to the bottom of the sea. You're researching for the better of humanity, apparently. But then this other weird shit they have going on, like where the military's like, oh, we're just testing these huge bombs in the ocean and they blow this cloud up. We don't know how many dolphins die in that. We don't know what's going coral reefs or whatever have you. And what gives them the right? You
You do
can't
not
even
have my
go.
permission to do that. Like,
You can't go and fucking dig a well in your yard without telling every person you fucking know and getting a permission slip. But they just can go and put a bomb off your coast and just be like, or in your desert and just be like, oh, it's fine. We're just practicing nuclear warfare out here.
dude, when I was so in the airplane, it was, it's been a minute since I flew. I thought I was probably never gonna fly again after the whole fucking COVID of it all. But like we're up above the clouds. It's beautiful. I'm looking at the white clouds. I've got the window seat. But then I start seeing these like black lines and I was like, what the hell? So then I pull out my phone and I'm like zooming in, like really trying to see it. And they're all cloud seeding. Like, and it's black. The clouds are white. And then there's this black lines. And that, I mean, I'd never seen so many airplanes above the cloud line dropping shit. Like I've never seen it before. That was the first time. Like apparently I haven't flown in a bit, but I mean, you see the chemtrails all the time. You see like the big old zigzag patterns across the sky, but it's a whole different thing when you see it above the cloud line and you're actually watching all these airplanes from an airplane.
I also just in the weather control of it all, we had the perfect sunny day and then it was just covered with chemtrails and then it's just clouds so quickly develop. Like you can almost watch it just create.
Yeah.
And so many people that are like chemtrails aren't real. I'm like, are your eyeballs work the same way as my eyeballs? And then when older people, I really sometimes just occasionally with 60-year-olds, 50-year-olds, 40-year-olds, I'll be like, do you remember that when you were a kid? Do you remember that much? Do you think there was that many more people traveling or not traveling? You don't know? People will be like, I grew up by airports, and I'll be like, how many chemtrails do you remember? Like nobody remembers them. It's like,
No.
but they're like implanted, like they happened in our history the whole time.
Have you seen the claim? A bunch of people have sent me this one, but there's a claim that there's a guy that's getting paid like millions of dollars by Disney to retroactively go back into classic Disney films and paint chemtrails in the skies. Have you heard about this? It doesn't seem legit, but I've had more than a few people email me about this.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah. I think on your show with Donna, I believe you guys were on the podcast together and you guys brought it up. But before that, I also saw, I guess, old articles, or it looked black and white almost. Was it black and white? I don't remember.
Shout out to Donut. What up, Donut?
What up, Donut?
I gotta say, Thomas, those glasses, they go hard. I like them.
Disney is also, they modify, like everybody, it's a known thing that there's no bugs in Disney World. It's
What
like
are they spraying?
I don't know. I don't know if it's a tone. I don't know. There's like actual smells in Disney World, like when you walk through the park and through all of the certain, like Disney World's Disney World, but then everyone knows inside Disney World there's like Frontier and Tomorrowland and all this stuff. But then there's also in the huge Disney World city complex of it all, there's like different places you can stay that are like Disney. So you can have like be in a sports complex, or you can be in the middle of the woods, or you can be at a different kind of a beach resort. In each one of these things, the normal stuff that you have, like a gator. This is why for Floridians, it's so rare that there would be a gator inside. Like I've pointed out to you guys on the lake that we're staying on.
Yeah.
There's not a gator in this lake. And Thomas is like, they probably just got it out.
Yeah.
Like there isn't that many gator hunters in our state. Gators are lizards, they're everywhere. And I was like, in my town, they're on the golf course sometimes, or we'll kayak, we'll see gators. And so I'm like, there's never gators in Disney, but there's also not bugs. There isn't, and you're around a lake, and you never hear someone being like, I would have loved to watch those Disney fireworks, but I was getting chewed up by Florida mosquitoes. You've never heard somebody visit Disney and say the things that normal people that go on Florida vacations talk about. Oh, I got bit up by no-see-ums. I
Yeah.
got, but if you also go to like ley lines where they have those places where like the ball rolls uphill, or where too many ley lines go over each other, Indians wouldn't settle in those places. This is supposedly like the wives' tale, is that the
Really?
natives wouldn't settle in those places because the bees wouldn't fly and the birds wouldn't sing.
Hmm.
And that's what I always think of with Disney World.
Did
is-
you ever see the video of how these, I guess, two people accidentally got lost, but they found like trap doors within like the rides, and he like somehow stumbled upon one of these doors and he went through them, and he's recording this whole experience of these like weird fucking like huge banquet halls. They're like deep under like, he found the tunnels, not tunnels, but like extra rooms that you're not allowed to be at. And they're like, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? You shouldn't be here. Like, oh, we got lost. Can you just tell us which way to get out? And they're like, who told you to get here? How'd you get here? Nobody can get through here. And it was just like a weird fucking video that went around viral. And then all of a sudden it just disappeared off the face of the internet, which I can't find anymore. But he actually went through Disneyland looking through all these fucking weird rooms, and they just looked odd and creepy and eerie. And he's like, what do they do here? Just extra space for no reason. Oh, and a testing facility. He saw like a testing facility on the door. He's like, what are they testing in there? Why are all these windows see-through, but this one's just like blacked out and you can't see through it? So it's just some fucking weird shit going on in Disneyland. Maybe the whole, plasma bag situation is a real thing. And I also said this: what if they're taking these women and children and creating like a whole fucking like ancient species, and using women and like creating like fucking Pegasuses and, half horse, half human, and, using women as like, what are they called?
Because all DNA mixes.
Yeah, especially women. Like their uteruses and how we're made. Like, I guess you said it, like the daughters of men. The
Daughters of man. But
Yeah.
if you were, instead, if it was the opposite, if there was like Isis was like a big, let's say instead of like the Gilgamesh, Isis was the same size. And so when she came down, they were like, okay, don't sleep with any of the people on earth. And the men, if you were a giant man and you had a giant dick, you would not be able to sleep with a tiny human. You would bust her.
I've seen some shit, man.
Girl, I'm talking, if you've seen Gilgamesh hold that lion in his hand, he wouldn't be able to sleep with a girl he could hold in his hand.
Have you seen the size of these fucking things that women are shoving inside?
Girl, I've seen like even the like rosebud dudes that have another dude crawl inside their asshole. I'm like, it's still like Gilgamesh is holding a whole big cat in his hand. So if a human was that size, you couldn't fit your dick in her.
Maybe they didn't need to fit it. They just needed to just like
Right.
inseminate.
But now think of the other idea. Isis is enormous, and they say don't sleep with anyone on the planet. And she has a giant vagina. It doesn't matter how small the penis is that she sleeps with.
Yeah.
It can still hook her up.
Yeah.
Like he can be like, I'm gonna crawl in here and get my like, like it was not even a thing.
I mean, it's a good question to ask, because if you look at all these ancient texts, you had fucking beings with faces on their chests, like, the whole idea of the Pegasus, half horse, half human. What are they called? Centaurs? So yeah. So it could be a possibility. Maybe we were like, they called them gods, like Pan and all of
I
that. But
call them Sagittarius.
what if we're the creators of these gods, and they take that and discredit women and just say, oh no, we're just women? But what if we were the actual like carriers of these gods that we read in the books?
Like
Yeah.
the water, like the the Virgin Sea.
Like, where are all these women going?
Okay, here, like in just a metaphor of it is like dirty water. Let's say the homunculus is the idea of Mary the whore. And so you can birth something in dirty water. You can do it in any water. But the virgin womb, the saline womb of Virgin Mary, it's not because she actually slept with a man. It's that it's the species with species. It's not like dirty mixing. There isn't the, how they would say like dirty science was going on somewhere and that was abolishing, you're doing awful shit against God. But what if
They're doing it all. They're saying, oh, illegal cloning, but they're doing the cloning. What do you think? They're not going to be doing this interbreeding with animals and shit. 100% they're doing it. And maybe that's what they're doing in these tunnels. They have these fucking weird ass labs. They're kidnapping women, like putting them up and, drugging them up and then just impregnating them and testing them out and fucking killing them. I think it's a big possibility. Like, if you want to bring in the whole reset and, jibby jabbing everyone and people dying off and the whole prediction of Deagle and the population dropping by like millions. If you guys know what I'm talking about, but I don't know. It's a possibility. Like, you saw that dude who was making fucking homunculuses with his fucking sperm and a chicken
can I
egg.
just do stop real quick in the middle and give if you like and subscribe and licky the thumbs up and don't hit it so hard with your divine masculine muscles that you break any of your technology. But if you tell your friends, this is the secret society of good guys. And I also wanted to catch people up that got here because I don't think we fully explained it. Like maybe 9 days ago or something, I realized that I was off 2 days coming up, and we're all in Florida and close. And I was like, oh, I'm off for these days. I'm gonna drive. I didn't even ask Thomas. I just am like, I'm gonna drive to Orlando and I'm gonna lay on Thomas's floor and stay the night, and we're gonna record in person. It'll be such a gas. And then I was like, oh, it's kind of the halfway point. So I text Layla and I was like, you should drive to Orlando too, and we'll just record live for Good Guys. And we were just talking about it randomly, and she's like, I could probably make that work. I think I could switch my days off and blah blah blah. So she started. It was like kind of in the works, and we were like discussing how long it would take to drive, yada yada. And then Abbie was like, oh, I would love to get out of town right now. I'd love to just feel warm weather
I
and
was
just have a break.
I was a little bit more butthurt. I was like, wait, y'all are talking about having a meetup and you're not going to invite me because I'm not in Florida? That's not how this works.
I
You
want
don't
to
get to
come.
do that without me.
It was a little FOMO, but it was like so impromptu. And like Thomas, we didn't even tell him, yeah, we were coming. Like I was still like,
Yeah, what
I
did
hope-
you feel, Thomas, about like finding out that we were all coming? You're like, what?
I felt obligated because like I had the least amount of
Yeah, we're all coming to
travel.
you. Yeah.
Like, I mean, I see Abbie's like getting on the airplane. I'm like, okay, I gotta go.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you showed up.
it was just completely impromptu. And then we were like, oh, let's just get a house. It'll probably be cheaper. We can probably set up at an Airbnb better than a hotel. We'll know we'll get Wi-Fi. We could just blah blah fill the fridge, blah 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 blah.
I
And
was
so-
gonna cook, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, we planned like, oh, we'll all get a meal. We were like gonna be grown women about it, and then we decided to be like 16-year-old, like we just have the grossest food on the counter. But
No, it's
except
amazing.
Abby,
Amazing.
if Abby's trainer is
I
watching
wouldn't
right
know.
now.
But, you know.
Yeah, it's like a frat house of food.
I brought like fresh fruit.
Yeah,
Did it have
Thomas
some good
showed up
fresh
with
pineapple?
good healthy food, and we've been like eating 5 bags of chips. But so then we just all ended up here. Layla came and picked me up, which she drove extra to come pick me up, and then we drove together to this house, and then we went and got Abbie at the airport.
I was in the
night,
car.
and then we drove back together, and then we stayed up way too late. And
I was in the car for a total of 11 hours that day.
Oh,
Yeah, my ass and back were done. Like done.
and
Did you guys do any tourist traps?
no, she
None?
came to my house, and this is this is where I'm gonna bring it. Here's IRL. You guys want some real life? Here's some IRL. So Layla, I'm like, oh my gosh, like it feels like I known Layla forever, but even though we're just meeting for the first time and she comes in for a little bit, I'm like, let's smoke. Why I had to pack some stuff. I'm like, let's smoke. She's talking to my wife, meeting her, yada yada. They're catching up. I'm like shoving shit in a bag and I just want to kind of get out. I'm like, Layla, do you want to eat anything? Like, I'm hospitable. Do you want some water? You want anything? Layla's like, I want to get to the house. I want to get on the road. She's like, I want to go. I want Chinese food. She says this on my couch. I'm thinking already in my head, you want Chinese food? She's planning dinner 2 hours away. Like, I know where we got to drive. So I'm like, you want Chinese food right now? You want a granola bar, girl? You want me to make you charcuterie? And she's like, no, I'm good. Abbie wants Chinese food too. I'm like, okay, I don't have time to look at my phone. And once she got to my house, she's like, you're driving. I'm like, fair enough. If it was like just chill, normal Florida weather, but it was like weird and rainy yesterday, and so I had to focus on the road, and like I couldn't even really like have that chit chat where you're like wondering sometimes like, stop looking at me, bitch, look back at the road. Where like people talk to you too long, like you watch a movie and they're just like, hey, yeah, and then da 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 da, and you're like, please look back at the road.
Well, here's the thing, though. Okay, I started off with Soylent Green. Okay, I was like, oh, what should I stop? I was looking for some Chinese food on the road, like what was it called? Panda Express? No Panda Express. So I had Soylent Green, McDonald's. If you don't know, okay, you know what Soylent Green is, right? Does anyone want to tell somebody what Soylent Green is?
It's people.
People, okay. I had people for breakfast, and I was like, oh man, this didn't do it for me. I didn't even finish it. And then I was like, you know what, I'm really craving Chinese food. So for like 7 hours in my head, I had the idea of Chinese food, and I was like, I know what I want. And it's not like, what do you want to eat? I don't know. What do you want to eat? I don't know. No, I fucking know. I want Chinese food. I'll always know what I want to eat.
Okay, just random thing about Airbnb, and I want to bring it up since we just talked about the Airbnb.
Okay, let's
Like,
Airbnb.
and I don't know if we've actually talked about this like somewhere else, but has anybody ever noticed that the emblem or the insignia for Airbnb, it's a Ouija board planchette.
Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, that's right.
It's
Wait,
weird.
we should bring that up. Yeah, Airbnb.
What if what if it was like a coven of dark witches and they started an Airbnb for other, or not even witches, like it's like a coven of dark energy. They talk to a Ouija board. They realize there's like ghosts, like in the way of the Maitlands. Like, what good are you as a ghost if you can't haunt someone? And so there's all these ghosts without anywhere to haunt. And so the Airbnb creates this thing. So it's not about us having a place to stay. It's like walls and wires for other energies to exist.
I will tell you something. We have a thing in our culture.
Oh
where,
no. I like how there is some weird things. It'll be
Yeah.
dragons. It'll
I
be
swear.
something. And
So
Layla
it's
will
like-
be like, in my culture, we have that.
Yeah,
And I'm
like you're not
"Shut up."
supposed to sleep in, like, let's say my mom and dad's bed. Like that's literally designated for my mom and dad. No one should be sleeping on it because it's your energy in that bed and you'll leave your energy soiled on that bed. So it's like kind of the idea of a haunting. If you're like sleeping in other people's houses in their beds, it's like you have their essence in here, but you also have your own that you're leaving here as well. So it's like that whole haunting idea. Like it's a big no-no to leave, like sleep in other people's beds.
So how does that affect the Airbnbs?
I don't know, but the whole haunting of it and like the essence of like leaving that energy of you in the house, you know?
It's so well, here's the other thing too, how we talk about the room, how we talk about like golden shit club, like all of our shit's going away and who knows what we're filtering out, so they have gems and gold on the other side if you had enough of it. So in like this way, if I were a witch and I just needed a piece of your hair to do whatever I wanted to you.
Yeah.
That's why I think, what are they doing with our trash? What are, like, if you were a hair salon, you're like, look at all this hair at the end of the night that I could take this energy from. So in the Airbnb way, it's like you are sleeping in a bed. You're putting your energy in a thing. You're taking a shower, like in your space where you're like completely touched,
Body
like
cells, your
yeah,
hair,
and they're like just hanging out. Like we're all sitting in a place that somebody fucked.
Mm-hmm. Like that's what I was thinking. But getting into bed, I'm like, oh my god, how many people
What about
fucked
the
in here?
couch that we're sitting on right now? Actually,
My favorite thing was how happy it hit her head just then, where she thought, "Would somebody fuck in this chair?"
Well,
She's like, she thought, "How would somebody fuck in this chair if their knees were or their legs were their knees were on the back of their legs?"
this chair would break. Actually, I don't think that it could handle it. So I'm gonna say where I'm sitting is pretty safe.
Yeah, it is.
Y'all got the
Chaney's
weird
room is
duties going on.
questionable.
that could have been where the guy was watching though and looking at everybody's feet.
The,
They're sitting in that chair.
the
Oh
master,
gosh, yeah,
the
that's
mas-
way worse.
the master, like master records and the master bedroom. I wonder how much energy that room holds in its own.
Masturbation.
Yeah.
So back to the Chinese food. So Layla wants Chinese. We drive up. It's been like an hour and 45 minutes. We're getting closer to the place. She starts like looking at her phone for the thing. And I'm like, we're going to drive and we're going to start hitting strip malls. And in most strip malls, we're going to start seeing like Publix, a Chinese food place, a liquor store. Like they're all kind of going to have the same thing of everyone that we see. And we're going to see something that's like, walk on fire, but walk spelled WOK. Like I'm just thinking in my head, like something like this, we're gonna drive across. It's no harm, but I know this is something that might make me easy on a vacation, but I know it's annoying to some people. I am so go with the flow. I don't need so much of an itinerary. I'm like, everything's gonna be good. And some people get hangry and sleepy. And this is what I realized. Now I would know it for the future. I'm like, gotta plan ahead with this one. Gotta plan ahead. She's a
Yeah.
calorie burner. Like she's gonna be hungry.
Yeah.
She could hold her bladder. We didn't have to stop for her to pee at all, but she wanted
Yeah.
this Chinese and she was gonna order it in a way that I am, and it could
That's
be my
weird
middle
for
kid.
like a childhood wet bedwetter too.
You.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing that I realized: like I'm in a partnership and I'm a middle kid. And it could just be the type of person I wasn't gonna order food or think about it until we communicated with everyone.
Yeah.
Layla didn't give a fuck.
No, I
She
wasn't
ordered her
risking it.
food from the car. She didn't even tell me the menu or shout off stuff. She pressed send, and I was like, she's like, "I got food coming to the house," and I was like,
Yep.
did they have spring? Never mind. Like she didn't even question. She like, "Hey, I'm getting this. Do you want it? Do you want to like look over
Nope.
at this?" Like nothing. So
I was thinking
like,
Layla, my stomach.
she was-
Layla.
it was just such a
Get
like.
in my
So I was
belly.
like, "It's cool. I'll order a pizza when we get to the house." And then I'm like, "Okay." I told her already. I'm like, "They're gonna cancel this pizza on me." I already fucking had a feeling they were. And we waited for 45 minutes for the pizza, and they canceled
You
it.
made that happen.
Probably.
Listen, guys. Okay, Chaney has a power. I think she realizes this, but she was saying things throughout the day that were happening. She's like, you know what's weird? I ordered Uber a couple of times and, they just canceled my order because they just felt like canceling my order. I'm like, that's never happened to me. What the fuck? I swear, I kid you not 10 minutes later, oh, your order has been canceled. I'm like, yeah, you did that. You fucking made that happen.
But it was just kind of like, okay, whatever. We had the Publix food. I ate one of your thing. She got her Chinese food and she got like a ton. And I do like this that I have a couple of friends that they're samplers of things and they'd rather try everything than have to settle on one thing. And I like when people and so Layla did. She had like a spread of Chinese food and I like had some nosh of it. And then I was like fine on food. And then we went and got Abbie. By this time, Layla was full. She was ready to sleep. And so, me and Abbie went to Denny's and Abbie had a salad with oil and vinegar. And I had pancakes and eggs.
And I was asleep in the car.
And she was asleep in the car
Mhm.
the whole time.
I'm like, I'm
and
getting
we
my
got back
sleep
here,
in.
but Layla is good at a nap too. So, anyways, this was all an impromptu fucking thing. Thomas came over today, and then we hung out, and then we fire pitted, and then we were like, okay, let's go hang out with you guys. So, yeah, this is the whole story of where we're at right now, and I think people should do impromptu more in their life, where don't think about it so much, like the consequences of the time and the things and the like everything works out. And
there's no rules.
There's no rules.
Yeah, and this is the
Period.
first
24.
meetup. This is just conversation, not conspiracy, really like just getting to know each other and the vibe of speaking conspiracy, because it could get deep, it could get weird, it could get awkward. So this just is like the introduction of many more other projects. So I like it.
And I just want to shout out to my girlfriend for this was our 15-year anniversary, and she was very understanding that I was
No.
to spend the night with 3 girls. So
You are
Oh my
amazing.
god. Yo,
Oh
you are
my
anniversary.
gosh.
girl. Mad love to you.
Yeah,
Holy
and we
shit.
Thank you for
actually
the popcorn and
said
the goodies.
that's how you keep the relationship long, though.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
where you
that's a
just are
fucking
like,
chick right
I
there,
trust
yo.
this. Like you
Yeah.
can go do that thing. But we actually said at one point in the girls of us, like, oh, well, because you're gonna have that whole room. We were like, if she wants to come, she can
Yeah.
and hang
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. But
I told her that, but she feels like very much like wanting to help other people out, but it would have been weird on our anniversary that she's like, "Oh, who wants snacks? Do you want to do you
Aw.
want something?" So no, she's
Well, you're awesome. What's her name?
Amanda.
Amanda, you're awesome.
Thank you, Amanda.
We love you, Amanda.
Mandy's are my favorite. What is her sign?
Oh shit.
What's her birthday?
Just the 17th.
Capricorn.
Capricorn, yeah.
Sagittarius or is that Sagittarius?
Now
What day is
That's
it?
Capricorn.
You should have just
What's her
not. You
birthday?
should have been like sidereal or
Yeah, I was gonna say what's her birthday? Because
December what?
It's December 13th.
yeah, she's Sagittarius, and she'd be a fucus and true sidereal. So
I have a lot of Sag.
a fucus. She's the ether. That's her element.
Chaney asked me what my chart looked like, and then she's like, "Oh shit, you know what your chart reminds me of? Water being like lit on fire." I'm like, "That's a perfect fucking example." Yeah, we got into our charts today. It was pretty dope.
because after I was feeling and like we all feel each other's energy on screen, but after I was like feeling Layla's energy in person, and I'm a Scorpio, but I'm like a water for water sign. And so when she told me she was a Pisces, I was like, this feels not right. Usually the dance I do with Pisces, it's like a different energy. And I will say, yeah, I'm amongst friends. I will say usually with a Pisces as a Scorpio, like I'm the lion. Like I don't even have to think twice about what way. I don't even have to throw my weight around. And with Layla, I was like, this does not make any sense. Like she did not feel go with the flowy to me at all. She did not feel like usually fish swim around me and crabs play with me. It's like we have and it felt like, but me and Layla dance. I know her energy for years. And so I'm like, Pisces, maybe it makes sense. So then when I saw the rest of her chart, I'm like, oh, you're Sagittarius. Oh, you're like Virgo. Oh, this all makes sense to me now. Like then it was like this Sagittarius is the dance that we're doing right now.
Yeah.
Like my Scorpio and her Sag. And then I definitely felt like after because my Aries moon, once like night settled in and like fire pit and joint in our hand, like because then we have burning fire, that's when we're like settled in our energy. But that's usually when we hang out. Like we're both settled in our moons, probably, or something. You're like, what are you girls talking about right now with all of this?
But it's true though.
How does bath salts work into that?
Well, that is the other thing when you said bath salts earlier in the convo. If bath salts really made people eat faces, don't you think we would have heard so much more stories about people eating faces?
No, I think they would hide that because I think that was just like a test to see, like, for, I don't want to say, and like, but I really think that they're gonna try and let some real shit out during
Like
X.
zombie shit. But this
Yeah.
is what I think. The bath salts were a cover of some other darker shit. Because if bath salts themselves made people eat faces, we would have seen other stories go on. But in Florida alone, at the time that happened, within a year of time, just in Florida, I don't remember other parts of it. Maybe it happened, but we had like 4 face eating stories. We had a kid around this area that he ran into people's garages and ate people, like killed them both like a wild chimpanzee. And he left, he was eating with his family out to eat, and they were like, he was acting strange, and he
Yeah.
just took off running. He just ran away. By the time he showed up at these people's houses, he might have been naked, like taking off his clothes as he ran. And these people were like miles away from the restaurant. And they were just random people. Like he ran through this neighborhood and the garage was open because in Florida, a lot of people will just sit in their garages like a carport when it rains. And so we just ran by and they had like a hangout. So they were like, hi, like friendly people would in Florida. And somebody was, hi, are you okay? And he just ran in there and ate them both.
Well, to be fair, they were Chinese, and he really wanted Chinese that day.
Layla can relate to that.
She's not paying attention.
Yeah, I was reading the chat. What happened?
That was her Soylent Green. I really want Chinese. I really want Chinese. I really want Chinese. And then
Yeah,
all
when
of a
I'm
sudden,
Not gonna lie, I'm hungry over
at
here.
least I knew what I wanted. What do you want?
15 more minutes,
I don't know.
Layla would have been naked running down the street eating some poor Chinese person.
Wait, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, if I would have waited 15 more minutes longer, you would have been running naked down the street eating some poor Chinese person in their garage.
K2. You have to have some K2 first, and then that happens.
That's better than the basalt.
The K2. I smoked K2 once. It was not good. I was driving on my way back to New York City, and my brother was in the car, and we couldn't find weed. And he's like, "Oh, let's just try this K2." Oh my God, everything slowed down. I was driving like 40 miles an hour on a 70, thinking I was going like 90 miles an hour. That's how I felt. But I was like super slow. My brother's like, Lay, you're driving so slow. You don't have weed on this ticket. I'm
That's
like,
scary.
yeah, it felt so weird. I will never do that again. I turned pale.
Heart. A lot of people feel their heart like beating in their chest.
Yeah. I felt my heart beating out of my chest. I got pale. I felt slow, but feeling fast at the same time. I just did not feel, it was like outer body. And I was like, bro, I need to pull over because I am not well. This is fucking weird. And I had my brother drive because he could tolerate it more or something. I don't know.
Do you think eating someone's face would have made you feel better?
I did not have the urge for that. I had the urge to like throw up. That, to be honest, it was awful. I do not recommend it.
Maybe you were just on a full stomach. That's what it was.
Yeah. I'll never do it again. It's synthetic marijuana.
I am so awful with holding my microphone in my hand, and I always have the luxury. I always have the luxury of having dreamy sound where I never have to touch my mute button, and I am not good at this. But I will say, like you were saying, like with just marijuana, the one time I thought I was really gonna get pulled over is I got so high and I was driving down the highway and I was going like 22 in like a 70. And it didn't dawn on me at all. Like I had two friends in the car and we were all like just passing a blunt and none of us at all comprehended that we were just like rolling on the highway.
Oh my
And
God.
I'm like, "Oh my," like, it dawned on me, and then you're like, "How long have I been doing this? How many hours have passed? Did we accidentally hit someone?" Like, that's what I always think when I don't remember time. I'm like, "Oh, I hope there's no fur in my bumper when I get there." But,
Like a Cheech and Chong meets I Know What You Did Last
Yeah.
Summer.
yeah, this is, I will say, like, I was in my late teens, early 20s. Like, this isn't stuff that it would, like, we would put, like, we didn't know how to cook weed or anything, and we really took like a ounce of weed and we cooked the stems, the seeds, the leaves, the everything, and we stirred it into brownie batter, and then we cooked it, and then we ate it.
It'll work. It'll still work.
Oh, it worked, but it was the grossest thing any of us ate, and we forced ourselves to eat it because it was all of like probably more money than we had back then to all share, and we forced ourselves to eat it, and we had no idea what eating weed was going to be like, and it got us that we were so. And it hits you, you're like, I guess we're fine. I guess nothing's gonna happen. 30 minutes go by, no one feels it. Okay, let's get in the car. And then I'm driving and we make it another 15 minutes go by to the highway, and then none of us are speaking. and we're just like zoned out.
K2 has a taste too and a scent that's just awful to smoke too. Do not do it, guys. For real. It'll change your mind.
Is it from a gas station?
No, this is actually from a smoke shop in Texas. They had sold them all over smoke shops. It was like a thing. It was big. What was it, like 7, 8 years ago? Something like that.
They're big here in Florida too. They have one called Bayou Blaster that I remember that scared the hell out of me because one of my friends, he went completely white and was saying like, "Call the ambulance. I think my heart's gonna explode." And it was just like, come on, man. Everyone always says that when they do too much. And I put my hand on his heart, and I swear this thing was like bumping out of his chest. So we didn't call the police, but or the ambulance. He eventually got better from it.
If you, for real, if you would have called 911, no joke, an ambulance would have showed up, a cop, and 4 silly fools with a red fire truck and a ladder. I just am going to point it out over and over again because I also think it's the one field in everyone's town that would be very easy to get a volunteer force for because so many people want to like be able to put on uniforms and wax a toy fire truck and like slide down a pole and show up and hold a hose. I just think it's this whole like fantasy if they had a volunteer like come play with big yellow tractors and dig a hole, people would like huck
Dude,
in.
I
People would
ran into a
volunteer.
Wendy's once with my car. Okay, I drove into a Wendy's. Okay, the amount of cops.
Why? I
Okay,
need to know.
Window or wall?
huh?
Window or wall?
To the window.
Side of the building, like
To the
whole
wall.
structure. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So I was a Montessori school preschool teacher at the time, and I did babysitting as well. So parents loved how I was with their kids. So I went to go babysit this kid. I was on my way. I was like, you know what? I should stop and get something to eat. And I just got my brand new Cadillac STS. And I was on the left lane, and it was kind of chilly out that night. So I was merging to the right lane because I saw a Wendy's all the way up ahead. But there was a merge lane coming into the right lane. So I'm merging into the merge lane so I can get into the fucking Wendy's. And there's a car behind me. So I was scared to slow down because I think the car behind me was going to fucking hit me. So then what I do is just fucking hit the brakes. The brakes start like doing that thing, like can't stop. So I like merge so I don't run into anybody or any other car. And I hit the building. And all the bricks on the side of the wall just, fell on top of my car, and I got out. I was scared I fucking killed somebody. So anyway, cops show up, everybody shows up, ambulance show up. I mean, it was probably like 50 cars outside of the Wendy's. So my dad comes up. This is my dad, okay? Oh my God. The shit that he said fucking had me dying. So I'm sitting on the ledge, and I'm just waiting there, and I see him come up, and I'm like waiting for him to like fucking go off on me. He's like, Layla, he's like, I know you know English, but drive through doesn't mean drive through the building, okay? I don't know what you were thinking. He's like, it means go through the drive through. He had everybody dying at the fucking, all the police officers. He's like, this is your dad? I'm like, yeah, this is my fucking dad. And I guess he wanted to make light of the situation.
It does seem like in your like for Americans, your dad, we're all like, oh. And in Albania, as far as Albanian dads go, he's probably mid. Like he's not the worst, he's not the best. He's just a mid-level Albanian dad. But it does seem like it's hard for him to be affectionate. But in the moment leading up to you being in an accident, he was so worried. He wanted you to know he wasn't mad. And so making you laugh in that was like really important.
That
Because
was
he probably was mad so much. In that he was so worried you were hurt. That he had to make sure like he had to probably make himself laugh, made him not cry. Like, thank God my baby girl's not hurt.
Because when you pulled up,
Him cry, imagine that can't happen. That would break the whole veneer down.
yeah.
But really, he's like, oh,
I'm
like,
like, Dad, really? Like, you think I'm that dumb? I'll just drive through the fucking building. But it was a nice way of like
and here's another
calming
thing
me
that I'm
down
thinking.
too, because he saw all the ambulances, and he probably thought I killed somebody or maybe me. But he spoke to me, so he knew I was okay, but he didn't know the situation exactly. So that was nice. Thanks, Dad, for like
A
calming down.
little shout out to your
Yeah,
dad.
thanks, Dad.
Here's a
Lucky
funny
Luciano, they call him.
if you you crash into the Wendy's. They rebuild the Wendy's building,
Yeah.
and then like really short time, because I would say 100 years from now, but because history is so sped up and people have such a short attention span, in 5 years from now, they're going to put different bricks on that building, and people are going to theorize like plasma theory, mud flood theory, all this shit about that Wendy's, just because there's two different bricks from, because they're like, this doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone use two kinds of bricks to make one thing? It doesn't make any sense. And so the people have full podcasts on this, and they don't think like maybe a cannonball shot through the wall, and then the next kind of bricks that they had were a different kind of bricks, and then they come up with whole theories about how bricks became bigger bricks and that they look different, and that's like
They lost the technology to make the red bricks because that was like old world tech.
Yeah, and what's up with people in Florida like finding the white bricks in the ocean and like giving them back to the fucking police officers? Like, what's up with you people? Finding cash, sending it back to the police officers, finding, bricks of white stuff back to the
I
police
always
officers.
wonder if it's like one of those, what do they call it, like cop car or bait car, where they like put the bike or the car out so someone tries to steal it, and then I think maybe they start doing that where it's like, it looks like an innocent bale of cocaine just floating out there, no one's using it.
I'll sift it. I'll buy a sifter, it'll sift through it, get all the chips out or whatever, and repackage it, and it's mine. I'm reselling it and maybe even doing it. If
allegedly.
maybe.
Allegedly. I think that is actually called white grouper. I could be wrong, but I think in Florida it's actually called white grouper if they find it on the beach.
You may be
I think
right.
there's white grouper and green grouper, and I know people that are 1 degree of separation from me that will go nameless, that have found a pallet of marijuana, a pallet on the beach. And I was like, you didn't even think about like sticking your hand in and like being like, one for my homie, like nothing. And they just called the cops immediately.
My dad's uncle's wife. Okay, there was a whole ass robbery at the mall across the street from where we lived. There was a whole back road like behind the mall. These fuckers robbed the bank. Cops are coming after them. One of the guys left the bag right in front of my cousin's house. The old lady, no, she turned it in. She turned a bag of money of hundreds. I don't know how much was in there. Oh, officer, they were coming. Did you find a bag? Yes, I found it right over here. I'm like, oh my
I'll
God.
tell you the 100% of the time, if I find a wallet, or like it can't be just clean cash, because I always feel like the person I'm turning it to is not going to do right. But it's like a wallet or something with an ID, or even I've found a wallet with money in it. I think at Disney or one of those Universal or something once. It had enough description on it that if you were to be like, oh my gosh, my wallet's gone, that you could go to them and be like, it had this card in it. It had, and maybe like something that had your name. But I was just like, I've found rings, where some lady lost her engagement ring, or like at the beach or something, where it's like, what do you do with that? Or you just find like, oh my gosh, a 50. Where are you gonna? I've seen people though, they're like, I'm gonna go give it to the clerk at 7-Eleven just in case of the person that dropped the 50 outside 7-Eleven comes back. And I'm like,
Yeah.
what? Just that's the 50 from the universe. God
Yeah.
just made a 50 rain on you. Like
Yeah.
God said, hey, nice tits.
You think when they turn it in, the guy at the Lost and Found's like, thank you, God. Thank
I
you for saving me."
know. Yeah.
I know
Maybe
she didn't
becomes-
appreciate what you were
she
trying
wouldn't
to do
have
for her,
done.
but I do.
She wouldn't have done the same. Like, in the new world order of it all. You just need a little old world chaos. It's so stupid. What else is going on this week? What were you gonna? Oh, I thought you had. I was like, oh, you're pulling it. You have an article?
No, I was just saying if anybody loves me, but nobody loves me, and people leave me on red and shit, it's cool. I love it. I just fucking love it.
What are the latest unreads?
Just,
Wait,
unread,
wait. For what does leaving somebody on red mean? Because I'm gonna be real honest with you. There was a period of time, because I do this thing if I don't know what something means.
Uh-huh.
Like, I do it about authors, subjects. I'm gonna come out it's like, I'm gonna come out of the closet at, like, I'm an adult who eats baby food sometimes. I sometimes will pretend I know something for, like, a month. Like, it'll be the 3rd time I hear it before I'll confess to somebody, "Oh, I thought that meant, like, you were coloring it red on your text. Like, I thought people were doing something on an app." Well, I know now, but I to explain it to them because I'm sure maybe I'm not the only asshole in the world that doesn't know what leaving somebody on red means. So
Okay, so leaving someone on red is like when someone says, and you don't ask, here's my number, text me because blah, 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 blah. And then you text that person and they just leave you on red. It's like, okay, I didn't ask you for your number. You gave
how
it
do
to
you
me.
know that they read it?
I don't know if they read it, but it's like, when you text somebody,
Okay, then that's you're not saying leaving them on red right. I'm gonna tell you what leaving them on red means.
what is it? That's my
In
version of it, I
apps or
guess.
in things and something you can see that somebody received your thing. Sometimes emails, you can see that they opened your email. Sometimes on Telegram, you can see there's 2 checks. Sometimes on Instagram, you can see that they opened it and read it.
Yeah.
So it's not that like if you were to just text someone and they never text you back, that's a ghost. If you were to text somebody and they open it, that's leaving on red.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's kind of disrespectful, no? Like giving somebody a number, hey, text me, and then you text them and they don't text you back, right? That's not good etiquette.
I've got horrible etiquette.
Yeah.
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 That's me with like 90% of people that contact me.
Yeah.
If I
Like
do, I
even
realize
if you give them your number.
even if I give my right number, what it usually is, if they contact me and I don't respond within like 2 hours, like that thing just went into the abyss and it's never coming back out. And it's not personal, but it's just like once you get down below that fold, like I don't venture down below the fold.
I fucking take it personal. Fuck that. I'm being real right now.
I'm gonna tell you, I have all good it's not even like good intentions. I have boundaries now. And I like to say, like, if you ever see people where they would draw like the maps of Atlantis and it's like here's the circle and then there's water and then there's another circle and then there's water and then there's another circle. I used to let everybody in and do like let everyone in all the time. But that's not always healthy. And then sometimes you're playing parts for people that you no longer want to play that part for and you want to do that thing. And so certain times through my growth and healing, it isn't about who, it's just that I have to have specific boundaries that I let down in my time. So in my world, it's like there's people that have my email maybe, and there's people that I text on a regular basis, and there's people that I phone call with. But there's very few people in my life that if I ghost them, that it's disrespectful that they get a response from me. There's very few people, in my opinion, that even they earned that right to be disrespected. And so it's like in that first circle of those people that if if we were supposed to pick up Gordy at the airport tomorrow and he said, I'm going to be there at 9. And then we waited till midnight and we never saw from Gordy and his plane came and went. The difference I have of like Gordy being like, hey, I'm excited to see you guys. And we don't know. We never saw it. Like it wasn't Abbie with an airline thing. I didn't see anything else of it. And then I also said, maybe I'm sexist. Maybe I would think differently if it was one of my lady friends and they were just missing. Like maybe I would think something. But sometimes with like phone stuff or with like my phone is for me to contact out, not for you to contact me. So I don't always have it on me. Like if I'm hanging out right now with you guys, like I won't have it on me for the whole time. Or if I'm like for myself, because I spend a lot of time like if I'm editing or if I'm researching, I'll have my phone off me. And so I just think sometimes I do take those breaks. And there's very few people. And I will also say this. I have a certain few people that I'll say, hey, I'm going to go dark for a day. Or, hey, I'm working for blank amount of time. I tell them I'm going to be at work because if they text me 4 times and didn't hear from me, they would be like, bitch. Pick up your fucking phone. Like my mom will be like, "Are you alive? I'm praying about you. I've heard 3 sirens." And I'll be like, "Ma, it's been a half hour. I've literally been in the shower." Like it will, so some people but yeah.
Ma. I call my mom Ma also.
I call my mom Ma,
Shout out
or
my
if I'm
Maria.
like
She's in
Ma,
the chat.
or it's mi madre. Like if I'm talking to her in a loving way, I call her mi madre.
Shout out my Maria. What up, girl? Sexy thing, you. I love that girl. I'm just saying. Because she is like, I said it to her, like, when she was in the room, but like, she opened my eyes to a lot of shit. Like, I was like, newbie conspiracy, like the basics 101. And then she like broadened my eyes to like so much. I was like, holy fucking shit, who is this chick? Like, and it's a chick, with a mind like that. And back then, I was just like, holy wow. That was very rare for like a chick to be so conspiracy. And like, yeah, so shout out my Maria.
Yeah, so it's like the ghost of it's actually, I know, I'm like, if my Maria wants to come on, I'll send her a link.
Yeah.
But we were talking about like how certain people in the dating sphere, it's like, how much are you allowed to say to somebody? You play this LARP, you play this character, you play this thing, you do this dance, and then you just disappear. And then like of those levels of when do you make it past the ring of like, oh, I thought we shared this thing and now you disappear, or I used to know your schedule every day, now you disappear, or you told me that you loved me and now you disappear, or we had sex
And
and
now
now you
you
disappear.
disappear.
It's like of those, that dance that you do with people in the world, and it's friendships too, not just where it's just like in on the online world that we've all lived in. I feel like in the last, where you're like, oh, weird, I used to talk to that person every single night for 2 hours and
Mhm.
I don't talk to them at all anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's just like, where is that just allowed to happen? You just say these, and you might be the person that reaches out like, "Hey, everything good?
Do you know what
Hey,"
I'm
or
gonna do? There's this whole
what?
thing. There's this lady. She's a great podcaster, and she teaches women how to be like better women. And she's like, try the no kissing rule for 3 months dating rule. And I'm like, no kissing for 3 months dating rule. If someone is really serious about you, they're not going to think just being sexual with you, wanting to be in the bedroom. They really want to know what your mind is about, how you are as a person, how the conversation flows. Do you connect on a deeper level? And see if that person is going to stay around. If that person doesn't stay around and is not going to tolerate, that rule, that person's not for you. And eventually, you'll find that person who will stick around for the no 3 months kissing rule, and you'll find that the percentage is higher that these people end up being longer in relationships together, and they have a more open communication and a healthier relationship. So it's a great theory. I mean, if you want the right guy for you instead of sexual, like them thinking of you as just baby making machines and cook for me woman. And no, I'm more than that. I have a mind, I have a body, I have a soul. I'm more than that. So I kind of like that rule once I start dating again. I haven't been on a date or in a relationship in a long time, and I'm afraid I don't know how to be in one anymore. Like,
I don't
how
know
does
if anyone does,
how does one be in a relationship?
because it's how you can't do the dance the same way with, like, you can't, like, oh, I figured this out, and then
Yeah,
you're with another person
and you
and
can't do
they're
what
not the
it.
same as that person. So I just feel like it's really communication the entire fucking time. It's the same as a friendship on a level. Like, you do those dances and it's like, is your friendship worth making it past a disagreement? Is your
Mhm.
How big of a disagreement? Like, how real are you guys going to be with each other? Do you start knowing there's certain things that you're not allowed to talk about around that person, or that's your friend that you party with but not get serious with, or that's your friend that you'll go, and so it's like, when the person, a lot of the times there's sexual attraction between people, but none of the other check marks are met. And so then they date, but there it's like the compatibility is like, okay, our religion's the same. You're this and I'm like we fit, but they're in our depth, like what we talk about isn't friends.
So do you think, okay, like the whole honeymoon stage? Okay, here's what I think. I truly think, and I've spoken to you about this in a few other podcasts with the spiders. I truly feel like there is a spell that happens when you sign a marriage certificate that cuts some kind of passion in a relationship with two people. Like it's like, oh, I'm married. She's mine. I own her. I could stop trying. It's like something happens with a marriage certificate that's so like beyond. I think it's like just signing your name on that piece of paper that does something magically to two people, that it just cuts their bond or something. Because I see it. Not everyone, but the majority of what I see today, when they sign that paper, everything changes. Do you think?
Do you think because you've made your relationship a throuple with the government?
You're adding a third party that doesn't need to be there. Why would I need to make a contract with the government for the person I fucking want to be with? Like, that just makes no sense.
Does that count as cucking since the government is really the one that has all the power?
Cucking?
The government's kind of watching.
Yeah.
Like they're the cuck. Yeah, and you're
The government's getting cucked.
Yeah, but you're paying to get fucked. So really
Oh, is that what cucking is? Fucking?
No,
Cucking
yeah.
is when, like, you have, like, when you're married or you've got a girlfriend and then you have somebody else come and, like, you watch them do it.
Yeah.
As, like, I think it's like a humiliation ritual.
Ah.
It feels like what marriage is a little bit.
I think that's the thing. The whole magic and the power of the pen. Like when you think about it, even when you're writing, it's like you're writing in these small little, but it's like a whole fucking idea on a piece of paper. And the way that you're in this like trance of just like writing, there's a magic and a power to a pen that make things real. And it's a magic. Like you even talked about how like, what was it? My favorite thing that you've created with Juan, the whole, creating the living word and binding and come on, you know what I'm talking about.
Just
The living word.
Because the paper that you write it on would be made of papyrus, some kind of herb, something living. The ink that you would use would be from something living. The quill that you would use would be from something living. The well that you would pull it out of would be from something conductive. The way that you would write, the slant that you would write, who you were writing to would change everything. The way you would connect your words or not. And then if you put all of your thoughts down and you binded them all together and gave them a spine, and then took another living animal and tore the flesh off of it and binded your spine with flesh, you have now put that word into life. So you've made a living word by giving the word a body.
Yeah.
And that
A
would
manifesto. You manifest the word, and it by reading it in thousands of minds, reading that same text, it kind of creates a manifestation spell on its own. When you think about the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, billions of people are reading the same material and believing all of these things. I'm not saying that it's not true, so don't come after me. All right. But I believe in that, the power of the pen.
What's the word pen in your language?
There's many ways. Laps, hold on.
Because another thing, I think it's interesting that you would pin yourself with something or like pin something to the wall. Like there's so many other PIN or PEN. And why would it be called that?
Stilo laps. Stilo laps. I don't know what that, I have to break it down. Stilo laps.
Doesn't it feel like one of our pins is called Stilo?
Stilo.
I feel like I see the logo.
Yeah.
Stilo.
That's so interesting. What's the one with the ball head?
Dick?
When you said it to me, it was like if I was like, what's the restaurant with the big golden arch And you were like, McDonald's. That's how I just felt. Big bitch. Like if we were playing like some like guessing game and you were like, "Are you serious?"
Stylist. Maria.
Stylus. Thank you. Stylus. A pen. Stylus. Oh, so there is pens are called styluses.
Spirola.
Okay, sorry. We've toked. We've toked. Toked too much, but I wasn't even gonna say. I was gonna say I spoke too much, but both.
Or Carmen. We call it Carmen. Like a pencil or crayon Carmen.
Oh, that's what I keep going to do. This is another problem that I've had for the last I keep going to do things. I keep wanting to pull up a picture of Barron Trump. So you will talk about his height because it's unbelievable. Like he was seen recently again, and I feel like every time we see him, and this is why the keeps coming up, is because I'm gonna say it like the guy who died from Stone Temple Pilots. Nephilim. But I'm gonna say like Nephilim. Sorry. I need to find a picture of him recently. What did
I need to hit the bowl.
again?
We didn't hit the bowl.
You're
We
out.
just smoked the cigarette.
Oh.
Mhm.
You have to be at work for a minute.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Where
I've loved this job.
Layla, where is it that you pulled that picture recently that you just showed me? And he was like older and like
It was a TikTok for Ivanka's mom's funeral.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes. Mhm.
Ivanka's mom's funeral. Ivanka's mom is so Roseanne, but we already discussed that. Oh yeah, Abbie. Are you back there again? I'm not looking at my screen right now. Oh, will you the cards?
Whenever you want. I just don't know, like how we're gonna
If we're
film.
gonna film it,
Yeah.
is there a basic way you can say it? Like if you can you pull something up and share your screen? Or do you want to save it for another time? We'll
No,
save
if
it.
we want to do it, then I got to do it where
No,
you
I
can
won't
see
put you on
the
the spot.
cards while I do it. But
We'll wait for another time.
so somebody would have to come over here and like hold a camera.
We'll wait for another time and tell me what it's called again, just so
The Patience of the Medici. We've
I
talked
said
about it.
Ivanka. It's Melania's mom, not Ivanka's mom. Whoops.
Thank you. I wasn't no wonder Google was like, what? But say the thing of the we're not going to do this now, but I do want Abbie to describe it because I think it's really cool and it is like a future episode. And so say the whole thing again. I don't know why I can never remember like the Medici transurfing thing. But if you say say what it is and then say where he saw this for the first time in the whole thing. Say the story of it and then you can describe the whole thing later.
Okay. Yeah, it's almost it needs to be in two parts.
So wait. You can say the whole thing and then maybe you're already going to do an episode of this with Bootsy.
We were going to, yeah. It's just like hard for me to
So you can just even advertise
and do
it.
all that. Yeah. I don't
So-
know. Eventually I'll make a video. That's the bad part. Like
Okay.
I won't do it really unless like somebody makes me do it. It's not because I don't want to.
So the Medici, he was dreaming and he saw a deck of cards and say it.
Okay. No, this is like the dream hackers. They're actually a group of they were ITs in Russia and they started hacking dreams because they were hired to do it by an outside firm. So they kind of read every material that they could possibly find on dreaming, and they're the first people to do the experiments where like they would have people just come in and sleep and then whisper their dreams like on the OA and like sit there and record like thousands of hours of footage on dreams. But that wasn't even really like the huge part of the experiment. They started doing a whole bunch of experiments with lucid dreaming and with all the Carlos Castaneda art of dreaming stuff. So in this, like one of the dream hackers was a librarian. His day job was a librarian. And so he was really good at creating memory palaces and stuff. So one of the things about dreaming is that when you dream, you read a sign and Walmart will say something really weird. It's not it's Walmart, but the Walmart sign isn't reading right, or the stop sign doesn't say stop. It says like HELT or something like that. And you're like, what the heck,
Oh my gosh, doesn't dream writing look like AI writing?
Yeah, it does. Yes.
It's
Yes.
kind of blowing my mind in
Okay,
this
so
moment, like, when you
that's
ask the
where this gets
computer
even
to do
weirder.
something for you, it's like when you look at your clock in a dream, it looks like you asked AI to make a clock
Yeah.
and the numbers that it gave you. It's
So
weirded me out a little
it's
bit, like
weirding me out because that's where this all gets weird. So dream hack, we have ITs who hack dreaming, right? That's already weird. Okay. So anyway, one of them starts seeing in his dream space, he starts seeing John D. So he's following John D and
okay, wait, stop at John D. Thomas, who's John D?
thank you. This makes this better.
John Dee's my uncle that lives in Wisconsin. Actually, I don't know if you guys know. John Dee was a alchemist, but he. I've heard some interesting interpretation of him. So I've heard that he was like the overly analytical one, and that he was so analytical and mathematical and rational that he couldn't himself talk to angels or entities. So he contacts Edward Kelly, and Edward Kelly becomes his official scry because Edward Kelly is the woo-woo one, I guess. But John Dee had legit like the most comprehensive collection of alchemical books and grimoires and just rare things, and he became the queen, like what, Elizabeth the First? Am I getting that wrong? That was he was and Mary Stuart. He was there basically like spy slash alchemist slash the court. Like what was it? The court astrologer. I'd call him a shaman, but whatever. Shaman without the cool drugs.
And Britt Marling, also real quick before you go back into the John D, is an actress and writer and stuff. And just real quick, because you've heard us talk about it on the show, she is famous for a show on Netflix called The OA. And so, Layla, real quick, like, what's the OA?
The OA to me is angels, I guess, being able to live multiple realities all at once, I guess, the best way I could break it down. There's many ways you can interpret the OA.
Okay, well,
It's original angel. That's what it stands
I
for.
think a big concept of all of this show, and this is where it's like Abbie and Owen are doing a show on the Dream Hackers. So,
well, we really aren't though. We're doing reality transurfing, which is like related, but it's not
related, but it's a part of it. And so you're going to be doing a show on a part of it, but then so in a dream space, this dude runs into John D. Back to that.
Okay, so he recognizes him in his dream space. He's lucid. He knows he's dreaming. He follows John D to John D's library, where he's able to. So if you want to be able to read in a dream, because your text messages don't come out right, nothing works right, word wise in a dream. If you tell the dream to read to you, though, it'll read to you. So this guy, being a librarian, was really good at creating memory palaces, so he could commit whole books to his memory by using a memory palace in the dream space. So anyway, he noticed in John D's library there was a computer. So he gets on the computer and he learns about the patience of the Medici. So this is an actual card game. You use I'm going to say it's a game, but it's not a game. This is the craziest tool. If you do it, it will break your brain for a little bit. No joke. But you use regular playing cards and you remove all the cards, 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s. You need all of those gone. So you'll have 36 cards, 6s through aces. And each suit represents something, and each card, each rank represents something. But you start with an intention, and then you fold the cards in a certain way. Okay, but anyway, I'm not getting into the method yet. So this is actually incorrectly named because it's named after Maria de Medici, because John Dee also, after he worked for the Stuarts, he went on apparently and worked with the Medici family. So I could be wrong there, but there's something there. So Maria de Medici has done the Patience of the Medici. She folded it 3 times, but this is incorrectly named because Mary Stuart was the first one that he ever taught how to do this particular method. And on her death, the day of her death, right before her execution, having her head cut off, they came to her in her prison cell and she had a deck of cards, and she said like she had not folded it and she kind of forgot how to do it. So, and it takes a while to finally get it to fold right the first time. It takes a long time. It might take you like 100 times trying this to do it. But once you got it, you've got it. And then there's little methods to make it easier the next time. But anyway, she couldn't really quite remember it. And so her last words before her execution were, "Damn, I almost had it." So she was going to save herself, and she would have saved herself. And I know because now that I've done this. So anyways, what this does is it gives you a code. Each card represents a certain link in a chain of events that has to happen in order to make your manifestation happen. And so it's like if you do something that's like really weird or something that like has very little chance of happening, and then you watch it happen, you mark the little events as they happen, because all of a sudden the magic happens. They call it the rule of eagle. So when you have a good intention and then you do your first little like signal to the universe, then the chain happens. You have to write the cards down in the right order. Then each little event starts to happen, and you watch it happen. It'll start blowing your mind because you feel it and you feel the magic. And then when it finally happens, like it's almost scary, and it will break your head because you're just like, I just entered a cheat code into reality. What the fuck does that even mean? So it's like it's crazy
And so much
magic.
to add to this that blows my mind a little bit is the theory of the original cards of the plain deck is way older than the tarot. And the symbols and maybe not way older, but they all kind of came out, and it's like the original tarot deck, and everything that it represents, and the diamonds and the hearts and all this, and the kings represent big, huge historical kings that, how some people theorize that. I'm not into this, but I understand some of the philosophy behind it, of where people are like, Trump is Elvis, and they don't think like Trump is Elvis. They think the energy or the essence of like whatever the deity would be can just jump into bodies of like, this is that energy that can hold the whole.
You know
Yeah.
what it reminds me of?
What?
What you guys are talking about? It's the cards. It's actually the astral chart. When you think about it, you have your 10 houses, you have the different types of arcane cards, or the major cards, the major arcana. So it's like the zodiac through cards. You have the 4 seasons, so it's like the 4 suits. So it's probably
Well, that's what it's supposed to. The 4 seasons are supposed to represent something, but they're also so like David, like King David is a representation of one of the things. And I think King Philip is a representation of it. And then they say like some people go all biblical with them, but other references are like pretty worldly with like how they are, like Queen Elizabeth's one, or Mary is one. And so you have these ideas that if they were an archetype, what if there was an energy that you're asking for, you're drawing on, you're trying to pull this energy into yourself? So in a way, let's say, take religion out of everything. Let's say David can travel in a Merkaba. Like that's his thing, and that's the real symbol that's supposed to be around him, and he can just come down in this thing. And so if you have this card, whatever the magic of that represented, if you were to play it in a way like she's doing in a dream realm of like a 6 of coins might not be a big thing to get, but getting the queen of, whatever hearts, would that be a big deal to get? Like, would that be like a bigger suit of, would you be pulling bigger energy? Because so many people want to be the hangman or the fool, or I'm obviously the king of page of this, or I'm obviously, everybody always wants to see themselves as like this big card. But are you drawing on an energy like, I was Joan of Arc in a former life? If it's just this archetype thing that you're kind of playing out, are you borrowing the energy of one of these kings, queens, jacks, pages?
I feel like it's like when you're in the tarot state of mind. If I'm saying I'm pulling for Chaney, it's like I am connecting to that line that is the line of Chaney. Like all her points of her life and existence connects with that source. So it's like the whole process. Okay, I'm connecting with Chaney spirits. What do we have for Chaney? So it's like on that line of Chaney and whoever the guides are, it's like, okay, so this is what's coming for Chaney. She got to either be aware or whatever. So it's like connecting with um, your avatar's energy or whatever, your essence, whatever it is that makes you you with the stars and everything that's aligned, your code, your astrological code, it connects with that and it breaks it down. It's like it just pops up and it's fucking insane how they pop up. Zenny just recently did a reading for me and she pulled up this energy from back in the day that I let go of this bar environment that I was in, and this person still to this day tries to contact me, and she's like, okay, no, we got to get rid of this energy. She even felt the energy, so she's like, I'm going to reshuffle. It's something very powerful that I can't put my finger on yet because I don't practice it as much, but it definitely connects to the line of whoever the individual or reading is for, like energetically, for sure. That I could feel 100%. That I don't think you could fake.
I want to shout out real quick to Zinni_light on TikTok. And she is so interesting. And if you are on TikTok, follow Zinni. And she'll be on the show sometime to hang out when we do that kind of show. And when she has all her stuff for this, she's on live on TikTok all the time. But she does do really cool readings. And yeah, so shout out to Zinni.
Yeah, she's great.
She's a little muse.
She's
And
talented.
yeah. And she doesn't care. She puts herself out there. A lot of the times, I think when people are owning whatever their crazy gift is, it sounds crazy to the rest of the world until you find your tribe that's like, oh, yeah, I do that. Or, oh, yeah, I experience that. And then once people validate you a little bit, it makes you like a little more powerful maybe in whatever your gift is. So I don't know. I don't speak tarot. And it's so weird because I heard that thing like, you should have tarot gifted to you. You shouldn't go out and buy your own tarot. Like if the universe wants you to speak in this language, it will find you. And I have had playing cards handed to me my whole life, like since I was a kid, but I never thought the two were the same.
Well, when you think about it, like in the witchy idea of like when you're saying a spell out loud and you're saying in the name of Hecate and da 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 da, and you're conjuring these names and you're calling upon that, you're literally creating a direct link to that energy. So that's how I see it as when you're saying the name of that thing, you're connecting to it.
I've heard another really interesting take on this, especially with the tarot and the playing cards, and even incorporate the roulette wheel. That all of these devices were like high magic, reserved for like priests and basically like the most sacred in society. And if you look at what we did with them, we turned them into products for gambling, for just achieving material gains, superficial, like, oh, that's a king of diamonds, that means I win this money, and it just like whatever happens there, and there's no like reason to then try and integrate that with anything you're going through, because the card's just on the table, the roulette's just on the table. But the roulette wheel was kind of like the wheel of fortune, and it represented something. Like all of these things were tools for prophecy, and we've completely bastardized it to be the exact opposite. Look at even like horse racing, right? That could be potentially like the old school of language of the birds, where you would see that and interpret it as something meaningful. But now the meaningful part is that you win $50 and you go home.
So what are they losing?
Do you think that it's a tool for prophecy, or just supposed to be a tool for prophecy? Or in this case, this is not a tool for prophecy. This is actually a tool for manifestation. And so it's actually even more bastardized if you just say that, because in the whole chain of events of it all, when you do this, like what I'm talking about, the Patience the Medici, you see that like you getting stopped by the red light on your way to work was part of the chain of events to get you to one of your goals. And so like picking up a penny on the ground, that was also a part of the chain of events that had to happen. All these seemingly unrelated things that were totally random, that were tiny, were actually big things that got you to where your intention was later. And you don't see it until you actually see one of these chains play out. And then you're like, oh fuck, that was this card, this, because each card represents, and each rank represents something. So even in the whole idea of the tarot, like it's not just a tool for divination, I think, and that's where it is bastardized too.
So we're
All these we've taken them and made them into games for gambling and whatnot, but like what if they were always even something bigger than just prophesying?
Yeah, so are they looshing our energy? Is it like a energy absorption? Are you making an agreement when you're like rolling the dice or spinning the wheel? Are you like
Or maybe I mean, I'm just thinking out loud here.
yeah, that's what we do.
But that's what we do. But maybe like the casinos are like these big like Walmart loosh factories, and they are doing maybe not just divination, but they're like detecting patterns and
Algorithms, because this is an algorithm. This is an algorithm that I'm like teaching you guys. They're gonna like, this is an algorithm.
so if there's a somebody that's with my microphone on, yeah. If there's somebody that's actually on like, if they're on like a streak in Vegas, to them they're like, this is incredible, and they're having like the greatest day of the week. But what if there's someone up high in Vegas that's like, oh my God, this means that World War III is actually gonna happen in April, just like we thought. You know what I mean? Like
They're processing the data of it
Yeah,
all.
the whole town, the entire
and-
little
Yeah.
city, and they focus on luck and odds and like mystical things.
And not only that, like the energy that you go in with, like I was talking with them earlier about this outside, and it's weird. I don't like to gamble. I take my mom gambling. So when I'm in the gambling space, I know I'm taking $700 with me and I'm gonna have fun with it. I don't care if I lose it or whatever. So I go with that energy. I sit on the slot machines and I'm dancing with the music on the fucking slot machines. I'm having fun with it. I'm making love to the machine and not expecting to win. I'm just pushing the button and just having fun. And I win. And everyone's around me is like, that I go with, how'd you win and how are you doing it? What is your secret? It's your energy. Like literally go in there with like, I'm here to have fun, not to make money or anything. You connect with that energy of just having fun and like loving what you're doing. I'm telling you, it just comes to you like water. There's a magic. It's all about your energy, and it can loose it, harness it, give it to you, manipulate it with everything and anything nowadays. But yeah, it's all on you. You make the outcome with the energy you go in with, like the whole Marilyn Monroe effect idea. You can turn it on or turn it off, right? I turn it on and I turn it off when I need to. And I could turn the bitch on when I need to. It's all an energy play.
I walked away and you guys were talking about tarot, and I came back and you were pointing at the screen and telling him it's all about you. You're Marilyn Monroe. I don't know what I missed.
We were talking about the energy of when you go into gamble.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
yeah. We were talking about it outside, like the whole idea of going within it, in it with the fun. Like I'm here to play, like and make love to the machines. The love will come back to you. It's so strange, but it works.
What about this idea? Everything's just a setup. You know how people say there's no such thing as the lottery, it's just to catch time travelers? Like that kind of thing. Like, so what if, and Hollywood tells us everything, what if the casino too, it's all the things like magical, magey board games, and you know how the same truth, we were talking about the Ouija board with the Airbnb, it's just another board game, like another sigil or magic thing. What if like blowing on dice, blowing on a bone, because dice would used to be
Or a deck of
bone,
cards.
or yeah, but or like tapping deck of cards, which if you look at a lot of tarot readers, they'll tap their deck of cards, which if you see people before they shuffle, they'll do things of the same nature. And so in that way of like, if you're hot, you're like 7 7 7s or whatever the gig is of the number that you're calling for. And if you're hot, are you magic enough that you're on a streak that they're catching a muse? So they see a certain girl, like you were just saying, you carry it, you have the energy. So they watch this girl walk through that she has the energy, the Marilyn Monroe effect. She walks up to the magical board game, the Ouija board, the sigil. They need her there. They need the witch there for the whole spell to go off. She blows on the pieces and now it's hot. Now it's a streak. Now it's a thing. And so in a way, if Hollywood tells us, the muse is played by Sharon Stone, and Sharon Stone also plays Ginger in Casino. And so it's that same, she is that in Casino, she is nothing but a muse. And she, she inspires him to do all this next level stuff. But that's what she's doing in Hollywood in a whole different role.
Like Lady Luck, blowing my dice, honey.
And even that luck, be a lady tonight. Like, so what if luck really is a lady? What if there's no such thing as luck? Like for men, if like you're just sitting at a thing, but that's like, it's that random broad that walks by with
Not
the
in a
wind.
feminist kind of way, but
No,
men should
like
be lucky.
just a gambling type of way, not like
Men should feel lucky to be around women. That's all I'm saying.
be a
This is
lady.
actually a really interesting point, and shout out Donut, the modern day Jordan Maxwell. But Jordan Maxwell makes a great point that in maritime law, why do they always name boats after women? Like every vessel is a female, and it's because of a commercial aspect that they mean money. So when they come in the port, they've got cargo, and that cargo literally translates to money, and that's why it's maritime law. Anything that has to do with money is maritime law. That's why this fits into the whole gambling and everything else, because luck is a lady, because in this case, especially the Sinatra luck is a lady, we're talking money.
Yeah. And when you think about it that way, the cargo is you. You are the currency that makes shit move in this realm. So if you think about it that way, you are the magic, you are the special sigil.
Well, the other thing with the maritime law of it all is your ship is named after a lady, because when you pull into port, when you berth your ship and write your stuff down on the dock, that's exactly what your birth certificate would be. It would be the amount of load on your ship. So how it would be the exact same way as a mom, she signs off her birth certificate. So she's letting the government know the load she just brought into shore. From the sea, from the water of her womb.
That's what it means.
So it's like the cargo vessel is carrying the manifest of its cargo. And then when the manifest of the cargo gets to shore, it gets a birth certificate to that country.
Right, and Jordan Maxwell style again. That's why he says it's called manifest, because like yesterday morning, it wasn't there. None of these goods were there. The ship wasn't there. And now today it's there and manifested. And that's why I consider it manifest.
Don't they say it's like necromancy, what mothers do when they're signing the birth certificate, because they're authenticating that, the whole birthing of it, you being birthed, but you're being sent through cargo, but you're like dead cargo and not living cargo. And they say that women, when they sign that birth certificate, it's literally a form of necromancy, that we're like they're signing their children away as death because of cap letters, I believe. The cap letters versus the lowercase letters have a lot to play with this magic in it. So that's
Shout out to the Dead Can't Dance. If you're into necromancy at all, her page is rad, and she gets into some stuff like attaches the dead in weird ways that she actually thinks they like control so much of the realm. Like she just thinks it's the living and the dead. There's no like vampires are just another way to say the dead, vril are just another way to say the dead. It's an entity without a vessel, and so that entity needs a vessel. And so ghosts are a disembodied entity from a vessel, and they're too weak to be like, they haven't done the right rituals in life. There's such a weak little energy that they don't get to fill a vessel just on whim. But the stronger energy that you become in a flesh lifetime and whatever rituals, and the more you learn about this realm, then you know the tricks. But the dead know all the tricks, and they only control this realm. And so they want to convince us that we die, and so that they get to recycle us back in here, but we don't die at all. Like, so the whole thing is they convince us of our death. They convince us of our lifetime. They convince us what food kills us. They convince us what vaccine kills us. And because we're so powerful with thinking, we manifest that. And so she thinks everything is about the dead. It's all just ways. So it's like, even if somebody's going to do a really awful thing, and everyone's like, oh, they're a drug addict. Yeah, the drug is dead and slowly crept in and now is riding their entity. Or if they do fucking horrible, shady shit, and like, you usually go back to that horrible person who's, raping and pillaging, and you're like, oh, he came from a bloodline of rape and pillage.
So here's a question.
Won't stop talking about it.
Bring it up.
You
So here's a
pillage one
question.
village.
You have the best one-liners, Thomas. I gotta say.
So we have the whole system of getting our fingerprints, right? The day that we're born, the moment that we're born, they take a soul print of your foot. What is their purpose for that? Why the fucking foot? Why the sole of the foot?
That's King Kill 33 ritual. I don't know if you the
No,
OG
tell me.
version of King Kill 33 ritual, and the superficial version is, am I on? On? Check. So the JFK assassination, Dealey Plaza, that one has been cited as King Kill 33 ritual by, Michael Hoffman and Jane Shelby Downard. But the King Kill 30 ritual was investigated by Sidney Gottlieb, MK Ultra, CIA, 1950s. And then they found in West Africa, some of these tribes, when the king, I'll get some of these facts wrong, but when the king was born, or when the king had his firstborn son, they would take a mold of the king's son's foot in this clay. And the whole premise was that once the king started to decline, either mentally, morally, physically, they would show up at his door and basically show him, like, here's the foot of your son. And it was kind of this reminder, like, it's time for your progeny to take your place because you're past your peak. And that the reason they did this is because the king was seen as a direct representation of the health of the village, or the health of the economy, or the culture. So if the king starts getting sick, it's like, oh crap, like the whole town's going to get sick, the whole culture is going to get sick. So the best way to do that would be, as the king is at his like peak and full of energy and beneficent, then they would just pass that directly on to his son, and the son would take over. And that way the energy kind of like stays this like healthy ball of energy, and it doesn't get, polluted. And that was one of the premises of the old version of taking the footprint. It was part of this, like, hey, here's the pure part of you again. Let's go ahead and get the pure part of you back on the chair because you're starting to slip a little bit.
Okay, so we know palm reading and palm tree, right? Palmistry, yeah. So what are the details of our soles of our feet that we can read our palms, but no one's really paying attention to the reading of the soles?
For some reason.
Dude, we're on the feet fetish tonight, man.
Actually, I don't know enough about it, but I know there's a lot of people that do like the Asian acupuncture, that the feet in particular are supposed to be the way to like cure all sorts of issues. Like if you just know how to touch the right place on someone's foot, then they'll stop
Yeah, it's like
sneezing.
connected to every organ in your body. Or I guess it's
Yeah,
the
Abbie,
root.
I think I've heard Abbie talk about this before.
Is it the root? Like the root of all your organs and everything that's part of you? Is that the sole of your foot? Like, since it's
But
connected.
what happens if you get diabetes and you lose your feet?
Why do we call our root chakra when you don't grind out by sticking your asshole on the ground?
Seriously, that's how you get worms.
Think about it, guys.
Like it's a worm. Like I think of your butthole on the ground like a dog dragging their ass when they have worms.
No, but like think about it. Like you ground. Myra Maria's talking about it. People detox their feet and the shit
Yeah,
that
you
comes
ground it with
out
your
of their
feet.
feet. So it's like, what is okay? They've taken footprint. You could detox all of this shit. Now, what is the foot saying as a reading? Because we can do all this, but they take away from that and they don't want you to read the feet. What are those lines going to tell? What is that story? Like, is it the story of your entire life, or is it the story of the bloodline that you're from, or is this some kind of magic key of who you are? I don't know. There's something special about the feet, since we're talking about the feet fetish, but the print of it.
But it
It's
seems like
important.
until modern history, no one would be able to read anything because everyone's foot was just like a thick callus.
But see, it is like every meridian is on the foot, like on the bottom of the foot. So it like that is it is where they all meet. Like all the different acupuncture meridians are in the feet. It's right there.
Hey guys, so Chaney was like looking around for like the past for the past 10 minutes, right? And she's looking around. I'm like, let her do her thing. I'm thinking she's looking for a lighter, but she's looking for her phone.
I do
and
that all the time, but that's funny.
her phone is right there. It's right over there. It happens to me all the time. You don't realize it, but I didn't realize it until I saw that flash.
Let me tell you the two dumb things I did. I'll go on my real fast. The two dumb things I did, admittedly. I got myself so high. These are the two ridiculous things I did just looking for my phone.
I need to get high.
I looked
We need an
to see.
intermission.
I looked. I looked to see if I flushed my phone down the toilet.
Happens.
Did you check the freezer too?
She did.
I
She looked in
did.
the refrigerator. She really did.
That's what I was doing. I had to go and I had to confess to Abbie that I
I was like,
looked
was it
in the
there?
fridge for my phone just now, and I had to go make sure that it wasn't sitting in the water like after I flushed and just sitting where it couldn't go any further. Like, wouldn't I have heard it? But
I'll leave it in the closet, like in my clothes, like because I'll drop it and put it on my shelf, the fridge, the fucking microwave. I did it once. Pantry. And where else?
let's see how.
The side of the fucking when you're sitting on a toilet and you just leave the phone on the tub, the side of the tub.
I've got a bad habit now that everything I buy is black, like black furniture, black technology, black, vape
dust.
pens, black phones. But then I'll put something down and everything just blends into everything else, and then like everything will be right in front of me. Literally, look at everything I've got on the table right now in front of me. Everything is black, and if this were a black table.
Where's my vape?
I always liked the black bag, but then I realized I could never find my purse when it's black. It always had to be. It has to be a color.
This is where it's like, this is what I realize sometimes with just and I'm gonna go ahead and I know Layla's not white, but this is a white person thing. If white people are it's like the worst fucking thing about them is you're like, don't look over there, and they look immediately. You're like, hey, like I write to somebody and it'll be like, don't say anything to so and so, and they're like, what do you not want me to say to Thomas? It's like it's like in
I had my blonde moment.
Can we be sly? Can we be sneaky?
Sneaky, freaky, deaky. I'm going to go be very sneaky right now. I'm going to tell you all. I'm going to be very sneaky right now.
Layla is not. Lay. That's what I knew. It's like I have to start talking to Layla in Albanian. I'm gonna be like, Lay. I was gonna say something for real about the feds or the Mossad or the something. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what to say.
Sitting here listening to everybody.
Actually, I was
supposed to
gonna ask
talk.
you again about the thing that in my head, this is kind of what the uh the Medici cards, what's it called again?
The
Patience.
patience.
Okay, this is kind of what it said to me is like I can pull these cards and the cards tell me a story. And so the story could say the page of coins sees the queen of wands, and you guys, I am awful with tarot, and so take these for what I'll just talk in suits, but both are the same. So I could say the 6 of diamonds meets the queen of hearts and they see a 7 of clubs on their journey, and that could mean like I find 6 pennies. I saw Beyonce on TV and something else that I forgot the other third thing I said. But it could be in my world things that represent that story. And that says kind of like I'm on this path of the manifestation of the thing I originally asked for at the beginning of the thing.
Yeah.
Am I saying any of that right?
Well, sort of, but it's different because you almost don't want to assign. You don't want to assign every event ahead of time. There's certain ones that you do, like 9s represent a flag. So a flag would just be like your signal to the spirit. So like it's usually like a fidget. So like, messing with your earring or unbuttoning a button and buttoning it again, and each suit represents something else. So spades represent force or willpower, and like diamonds are anything having to do with money or commerce, and then hearts are anything with emotions, and then I keep saying, and then clubs are everyday life, work stuff. So flags don't have to be specific, but like those you think about ahead of time. Like if I have a 9 of diamonds and I have a flag coming up in because you'll have every single card, every one of those things, and they have to happen. So like the way they say it is a magician never leaves a box unchecked. You do it all. You do your whole chain. So you look ahead of time and you find your flags. Like, okay, so when I get to this point, I'm gonna do, like I'll twirl my hair. That's something I do every day. So that'll be my 9 of clubs. When it's money, the 9 of diamonds, I might have a coin in my pocket that I just like kind of like move through my fingers. It's just my signal to the spirit. So those are premeditated, and that's something that I do. But when I see like when I'm looking for personas, which are queens, so like if I'm looking for a persona with money, I don't assign that to anybody ahead of time. I just watch what happens, and then all of a sudden, like it will be put in your path, and you'll see the persona. And a persona isn't necessarily a woman; it's any living entity. So it could be a dog, it could be a man, but you'll see your queen of diamonds. Like, oh shit! Like I literally had a lady who was in a costume at school, and like it wasn't even around Halloween, and she had big old glitter money signs all over her jacket, and I was like, oh shit, there's my queen of diamonds. How random is that? Like, who wears money signs all over their clothes? It was the weirdest thing ever. So you start to see the magic, and it's pretty wild. But the only thing that you ever do ahead of time will be like your flags and seeing where your manifestation card is. So it'll be the 10 of whatever suit that you chose as your intention. So if you chose a money intention, it would be a 10 of diamonds. So wherever the 10 of diamonds falls, that's where your intention is. But you still have to finish the chain. You have to finish the last few items afterwards. So
When you said a suit of money or something, it made me think there used to be a commercial of a guy on a motorcycle driving around with a money suit on. I don't know if it was just a Florida.
Seeing it on TV, that would be your queen of diamonds right there, because it's just
And he had like dollars falling off, and it's like, are you paying too much for motorcycle insurance? I don't know. Maybe it was a commercial like that. And I saw that one day around Halloween. Like somebody on a motorcycle was that outfit for Halloween, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is so brilliant." Like it's like the weirdest thing of the
You
Matrix.
know, but if you don't know, you have no idea.
Yeah, like, "Whoa, why is a guy driving around with dollar bills coming off of his face and outfit?" But yeah, I'm like so curious now what things mean, but obviously we're gonna need charts and graphs to make it clear.
Oh yeah, I got pictures.
Good. We'll make a whole series about it, but I think it's so
Yeah.
interesting. I know this is my whole thing. I don't mind staying on for a little bit longer, but I also do want a little intermission that we never normally take. I don't think I have a long enough video, but I do have a still, and if everyone wants to stay for a little while, I'll just put up the still and we'll be back in like 8 minutes. Does that sound good to you
She
guys, or
shakes
do you
of a
hate this?
lamb's
Is
tail.
this the worst unprofessional thing? But then everyone will know. We'll set a timer for 8 minutes and you'll be able to fast forward, but there'll be a big yellow screen up. And so if you want to fast forward this and you're watching it like not live, you'll be able to fast forward this 8 minutes when you don't see yellow anymore. Because I don't want to end the show yet, but I also have ants in my pants and I need to like pace and, you know. So, okay. We're gonna be right back
We're gonna go smoke bath salts.
and hopefully not eat
Don't knock until you
faces.
tried it.
Yeah. So, see you in 2.2, but really 8 minutes.
I make a really nice cocktail, guys. Just saying.
You know what I realized about that? Whatever sound it is behind it, that one and something else. I think the video I made Thomas, those 2 videos we made, the sound, and this is, I thought, such slick shit. So the little bit of sound that they give out free everywhere to use, and now we put that video up with that little bit of sound on a monetization. This doesn't matter in the grand scheme, but it's clever on the big scheme. That sound, dring, dring, they get monetization of this whole video. I'm gonna put it up
Neptune.
again because I already did, and I was like, "Oops, I forgot it was that."
It's just- Oh, he missed it. Put it on again. He missed it. Put it on again. It's so dope. Do it again. Hey. Do it again. Hey.
You know what's kind of funny about it too? You know, if like we were in a podcast, like how there's podcasts and we're like this, and it's like, okay, Thomas, I'm about to show you a video. If you'll just put your cans on real quick. Like we had to do, like you couldn't hear anything that was going on the computer screen.
The
Okay.
jam. I love it. It puts me in a
Abbie,
trance.
weren't you saying something that you wanted to talk about something IRL, or do you want me to wait till you're here? Oh, you're here. Sorta. I can go on to something else. I have a question. Layla, are you help someone move friend or take them to the airport friend?
Both. All. Hey, yeah, I'm there.
You got it? You're both the things?
Absolutely, yeah.
Thomas, both friend?
Airport's easier, helping move. I do, but I do it in a selfishly altruistic way because, like, I know I'm gonna now like have you in my back pocket, like prison rules. Like,
Yeah.
you owe me a favor now, so
You have to help me move once.
yeah, it's not the same as I have to pick you up from the airport. Usually, that's decent.
It's easy. Like,
and I personally have a small car so that people don't ask me to help them move.
this is a thing because I'm looking for a new car right now, and I love trucks, and I've had great trucks in my life. I don't want to get a truck purposely right now because I think I'm getting to the point where people aren't going to help be like, "Hey, Chain, come help me move this couch." I'm just getting to that place of my ladydom where they're like, "Let me ask one of my dude friends," and not Chaney to help. But if I have a truck, now it becomes either I have to drive or let somebody take my car all the time to move shit. And not that I don't care if people take my car, but moving shit, it's like, can I take your new thing to go do work with it is a whole different thing. Like, so yeah, I don't know if I'll truck necessarily.
You know what's really annoying about being a girl who lifts weights is that everyone is like, "Oh, you have muscles? Like, you can help me move this." And it's like, bitch, I lift a fucking barbell. Like, it's not awkward. It's not like, you know, the weight's evenly distributed. Like, and it's a set motion. It doesn't mean that like me lifting your freaking sofa is the same thing. It's so. I don't know.
Can you open like every pickle jar though?
No, that requires like really little hands. Like people with little hands are the best at opening jars. I've noticed this. Like guys who have freakishly small hands, they can open any jar.
I have big hands, and I will tell you, like, I can get my hand around any, like I can palm a basketball, but when it gets to tight stuff, it makes here hurt. Like that's the only place in my whole oldness that I'm like, I feel arthritis in my hand, like where I have to hand it to a person that has smaller hands than me. And I feel like there's a lot of tiny little containers and untwisty things that I can't, there's joints from a certain pot company in Florida that when you just have to press down and turn. But for some reason, the joint containers is so small, I have to hand it to somebody with like girl hands to do
You
it.
actually have to give it to a child. To
Yeah,
open it
yeah.
up, right?
This is childproof. Will you do this?
Born and raised, I'm gonna
Give
argue.
this child
I am pretty
safe
strong,
proof
though.
little bottle to a child. They'll open it.
Layla,
Yeah.
what is that? 2 shout outs. One shout out to Kieran.
Hell
because while
fucking
we
yeah.
were on our break, he sent us a Method Man song, and it was chill. And also, there is a podcast that plays us in fast motion. Like, it's a channel on YouTube, and it's not just our channel. It's like some Paranoid American stuff and some Juan stuff and some I don't know who else.
Pineal Power
Done.
Podcast. Shout out to Pineal Power Podcast. He is a fan of ours, and we are a fan of him. I subscribe to his channel. He reposts content on a higher speed, and that's clever. If you want to beat the algorithm from getting your content being taken down, you speed it up at a certain degree so your content won't get taken down. But he reposts all our shit. He posted Donut, Paranoid American, One on One, us, and a few other podcasts. I'm sorry if I didn't mention them, but yeah, shout out to Pineal Power. Power. What was it? Oh my god.
Our podcast.
Yeah, there you go.
Symbolism.
Yeah.
3 P's together, upside down, and 666.
Oh shit.
In my symbolism, it's the Build Back Better.
Yeah. So shout out, man.
Mirror. But I just Pineal Power podcast. I think it's kind of a clever idea. I watch a bunch of comedy things now and everyone's like, "Oh, you're making content about podcasts," and everybody looks down on it. But then it's like podcasting's a new entertainment field, and so people break down the Real Housewives, and they break down the Buffalo Bills, and they break down whatever politics. This is a thing that people are using so much of their time to listen to podcasts and to take in content on YouTube. I always think it's like a clever you're allowed to make content on this. It's content. It's like talking shit about anything else
I
online.
feel like it's important for us to share our thoughts. Like I've said this many times, like we go back to these authors and it's great. They create their art, but like we create our art through our thoughts, and our general like initial thoughts are our own. They come from a place from somewhere. And I haven't read Aleister Crowley or whatever, but I might say something that I initially had a feeling of that Aleister Crowley might have had, and it's coming out in my mind out of nowhere from somewhere. So it's like important for us to have our genuine thoughts and ideas come out instead of referencing this author and this author and this author, because we can be those authors of the future that people read if we just completely be ourselves and share our true, genuine thoughts.
Well, and by questioning, especially in a group setting like this, and we all have our various scaffolding and backgrounds and stuff, or the things that we're good at, the things that we know. But by mixing it all together, we're possibly seeing things that were never seen in just the original manuscript of it all. But so back to the whole IRL of it all, because we were just discussing this outside, but I think it's kind of important. Like we talk about how, we have our internet friends and we have our real life friends. But I think that we need to really like transmute those words, because, these have been my friends for a couple of years now. So we're just now meeting in real life, in reality, seeing each other face to face. But that doesn't really like mean that they're not real friends, So these are my in real life friends. We just happen to have most of our communication not in real life because we don't live in the same area code. But the same thing, like I wouldn't call a friend from high school that I live, on the other side of the country from, not my real life friend, because they are my friend, right? Yeah. So, but I may not have seen them for 20 something years. So it's the same idea. These are people that I'm authentic with, people that I spend a lot of time with, and the people that I see in my day-to-day life. And that's what maybe we should call it, our day-to-day friends, because they're not they're more friends of necessity. They're people who are around you, who are in your community, and you do have to wear masks for a lot of them. Like if somebody's a work friend, then you have to be your work persona. You can't I can't be this person, the authentic version of myself, like I am with my real life internet friends, I don't know. Just
yeah, it's a humbling experience. That's why people should meet. Don't have expectations. Exactly how you are behind the camera, I feel is how we are in real life. I feel it. So yeah, don't be afraid to meet your friends. Okay. And they're real and realer than you can imagine. You know? You guys are my real friends. All of you.
Well, even fake friends can be cool. We don't know. Right?
Right?
Do you think in ways of like the AI is trying to figure out everything of us, and it knows our clicks and it knows our pictures and it knows our likes and it hears our voices and does whatever, but the AI can't build relationships yet because we're at the beginning of building relationships with each other online, and so it's at the precipice of learning how to do it through the screen. And so us sometimes not giving it these moments and giving it these moments, it takes away some power from it. Like, because it's not getting to experience the in between line of that, connection of things. I don't know. It's kind of a whole heady thing. It makes the timeline or like something close together. Like it makes you real, but then it makes everything around you real. And
Yeah.
the experience that you have real. And then other people that are kind of like you, their experience real.
Yeah, and they talk about how the vibration of being authentic is actually a more stronger power than love. So when you add love and your authenticity, doing what you're doing, you're creating a magic that will resonate with people and give them the power to do exactly what the fuck we're doing. And more people can, I guess, be part of this awakening, quote unquote, whatever this awakening is, seeing the behind the curtain per se, not just at the stage and noticing that there's a stage, but we're actually breaking down the things that are behind the stage, so it helps other people.
Giving him the God pill.
The God pill, exactly. You are it. You are it.
Do you snort a god pill, or is it more of like
You could shove it up your ass.
Yeah,
You
you
could
can
put it in
do
any
it.
hole. No, that's kind of disrespectful to God, shoving it up the ass.
why?
It's your
Well,
root, baby.
Okay,
Allegedly.
that was so blasphemous. I get it. But like in my Joker humor kind of way, yeah, you could shove it up your ass, up your nose, in your ears, wherever hole you want to put it in, as many holes as you want to put them in. All right.
You are God.
Does anyone have like ears?
Dude, the
I've
belly button, the
I've
ears.
heard for real, like I remember in high school or like in the early college, late high school or early college, somewhere in the time, and maybe both dudes I knew that had cats, house cats, when we'd smoke, would blow pot in their cat's ears and said it would get them high.
Yeah, no, I've heard that too because apparently it like connects right. I don't know if this is even true. We can Google this and find out. But I've heard that a million times, and I heard it with dogs too, that you could just blow smoke in a dog or a cat's ear. It sounds like something.
But in an
13-year-olds
obvious,
watching.
I'm going to tell you that our sinuses attach behind our eyes, they attach to our nose, and they attach to the back of our throat. And so you get like postnasal drip sore throat because you're going, you like after you do, I've heard, if you've ever done any kind of, if you've ever snorted anything, like you'll feel like a drip of it on the back of your throat. And like that's a thing. So or in your eyes, like you could snort something else and like feel a burn behind your eyeballs because it's, or neti pot and it like connects. So what if it's kind of like that, where it's not necessarily 13, because it's all in your ears, like sometimes you're like and then
Yeah.
you unpop your ears.
Yeah. And did you know that there's just not only two air passageways in your sinuses, but there's actually 4 or 6? There's two other holes over here on the sides that like go back.
Y'all, this is my favorite answer to
I
this
just recently
stoner
discovered
whole
that.
thing on the bottom of the screen right now is that's why it's an ear, nose, and throat doctor.
You're so smart. Sometimes it takes somebody to state the obvious.
Oh my gosh, I know. Conspiracy theorist.
He's cool. I have respect for him. He's cool.
It seems like
Riggs.
it might
That's the
be.
shit I'd say.
Shout out to Riggs.
It does seem like it might be BS that you can't smoke. You can't blow smoke into your dog's ear and get him high. You want to
No,
blow it
okay.
directly into his face.
The whole old wives, or not old wives, but like folk healing. One of the things that you do if your child keeps
Young
getting caught,
horse tale? Is it a young horse tale and not an old wives'
I
tale?
don't know what the fuck it is. I can't think of the right word, but like like healing, you blow cigarette smoke into a child's ear when they had an ear infection.
Not only that, doctors overseas will literally put their mouth over the child's nose, close one of the holes, and blow in one side of the nose, and like all that shit will come out, like literally I think through their mouth. I think they breathe in through their mouth and they do something where it plugs the throat and it like both the sinuses just like fucking drip out. There's videos on this if you guys want to Google it, but that's what helped the kids with their sinuses. And the stuff that comes out of these kids, that's because of vaccines. Stop vaccinating your children. Stop doing it.
Just start sucking the mucus directly out of their nose with your mouth.
Blow it out. Not suck it. Blow it out. Blow it out. Oh my God.
I've had someone blow cigarette smoke in my ear for an earache, and I thought it was strange, but I trusted the lady. It definitely helped. And tobacco, I feel like is a really medicinal plant, and so it would make sense that you would be able to grind up certain herbs and blow them into somebody's ear.
Is tobacco an aphrodisiac, the original tobacco? Or no?
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know.
Well, it is a stimulant, so I would think that might stimulate some things.
Yeah. Because the chiefs and stuff, the tobacco, it was different. Like it was pure, but they smoked it for an intention. So I wonder if it
I had a friend that went to. She was in China for a while, and oddly enough, because of the pollution in Shenzhen where she had to wear a mask for a lot of the time she was there. But all the population of Shenzhen wears a mask, and it's just a normal thing, and they have for a really long time. And so when she was there, like when in Rome, she wore a mask because it's like orange skies. But now when we know about everything with chemtrails and it's like they like LA, I remember when it used to, they'd be like, today the smog level's this in LA from all your cars and Cal Fars, it like kind of thing. Anyway, so she was there for a certain amount of time and she was going to go on a trip to like Bali. And when she went to Bali, she ended up coming down with this gross flu. And if you really think about it, it's not, she really is detoxing all the shit she breathed in. And now she's in like a healthy environment and her body wants it out. So you get all these things. But she went to like some medicine man in Bali and he chewed up some herbs and tobacco was one of them. And he chewed them up and he spit them in her face. And she's like a pretty American, like she's traveled, she's worldly, but she isn't worldly where like she third world countries worldly. Like she's
Where she's like spit in my face.
She chewed it and like spit it in her face and it landed all over her face. She even had a picture of like her with like chewed up herbs all over, like with like, I just did this. But the next day she felt entirely better. Like entirely, like whatever the herbs were of him chewing it, releasing it, his thing, and then the process. And her family is like really religious and Christian, and they had such a problem with it in a like spiritual sense of you don't know what you just opened yourself up to, and you let somebody chew herbs on you and then spit at you, and you opened yourself up to it to accept it. Like they were so worried about the spiritual consequences of it more than the medicinal herb consequences of it.
So they forgot the once saved, always saved idea.
Yeah.
Do you know
she isn't saved? She is like kind of a really crazy. She kind of grew up in as close to anyone I've ever known that's kind of grown up in commune, and she's the only person in her whole family. And one of the things I always admired about her, just in her steadfastness, one of my friends, is that no matter what, with anyone around her, no matter how many people in the room, she's like, I don't genuinely feel it in my heart. Like I can't lie to, it's like even it's whatever thou shalt not lie, her thou shalt not lie to myself has always been bigger than everyone watching. And she's a shy, meek person, but this thing, no matter how young, and all her family, like, you're gonna go to hell, people have cried about it, and she's always just been like, I don't really believe it. Like, I back it. The best people I know are Christian, but I don't believe like you believe. I want to. Everything in me wishes I did, but I don't feel it. And I could just, there's always been something about that, that as a little child to always like grow up in such a strict, any environment, and then not become the thing your parents are and family is like, wow.
There's this Greek Orthodox lady that I knew growing up. Her name was Phyllis, and my brother and sister had asthma, okay, and terrible asthma. And they were like the twin brother and sister, and I think they were maybe like a year old. So she knew how to cure this asthma, and the way she did it was she found a butcher who could get her a wild boar. So she got the fat of a wild boar and rendered the fat of the wild boar, took newspaper strips, and it was kind of like lukewarm, and she dipped the newspaper strips in the fucking hog fat, put it on my brother and sister's chest, I think for like a few weeks. It was like a daily routine thing that they did for my brother and sister. She did for my brother and sister. And within months, gone. Asthma, like, gone. And I don't know how, but my theory or idea of maybe the fat loosened something up in their esophagus and absorbed through the newspaper and kept that shit on the newspaper, or they sweat it out, or I don't know. But they are now asthma free ever since that treatment was done on them. So that's some witchy shit right there.
Somebody just else also brought up, I heard if you get like something in an IV, you can taste it in your mouth. That is 100% true. Like, it is so true that certain drugs, you'll taste that, like, especially like some of the pain medications and stuff that they give you, or certain chemicals, they're like, you're going to taste this in the back of your mouth before you.
Okay.
What happened?
Okay, so someone in the chat said goose grease. What did I tell you when I had that cancer scare when I was young? I was like 5 years old, and I had lymph nodes swollen all over my body, and they sent me a concoction of things, of this bottle of dude, it was the most nastiest thing I ever drank in my fucking life. It was the consistency of vomit. It looked like vomit. It smelled like vomit, but it wasn't vomit. It was goose grease with a bunch of like herbs and garlic and all these things that I had to drink daily. And then my lymph nodes went back to normal and the cancer scare was gone. So goose grease is fucking magic. If people don't know, like the witch community know.
Become a goose or a swan? I always get them. Oh,
Yeah, goose grease, yeah.
no. What did Zeus become?
Oh,
A swan or a goose?
I want to say goose because
Swan.
I would say swan, but goose rhymes with Zeus, so I like it better.
Mother Zeus.
We were talking about tobacco just a second ago, and this is something that I found when I was doing my a bunch of MK Ultra research, that hycosamine is actually incredibly similar in some ways to these other tropane alkaloids. So you've got nicotine, cocaine, scopolamine. Scopolamine has also been known as, I think, the devil's drug. This is the one where they give people in like Russia or like crocodile. It's related to these because scopolamine makes you into a complete state of terror. They were using it for truth serums for a while because they figured if someone was just constantly in terror that they'd be able to extract information out of them. So nicotine can actually break down in some ways into versions of hycosamine, and then the hycosamine breaks down into scopolamine. You can see it right here, this whole breakdown. So there's some examples of like older versions of tobacco, like before that it became completely commercialized, and a lot of tobacco we've even got in the States.
Turn up your level a little. Just a little bit.
Check.
Okay. Yeah.
So even here in the States, all like the Native American tobacco that people assume that we have, a lot of that actually came from the Indies because they didn't like the taste of the tobacco in the Americas, so they swapped it all out with like a much sweeter leaf tobacco. But some of the original Native American tobacco could have possibly been higher or have been easily broken down into this same premise here that kind of relates nicotine, cocaine, scopolamine. So I think that there was a much more potent, almost like bordering on psychedelic version of tobacco at some point.
Summer would love this topic, scopolamine. She goes down this rabbit hole. She would love this right now.
Well,
That too. Summer work.
I'm going to tell you it like summer. So since you brought her up, I'll tell you. Scopolamine is the angel's trumpet. In the angel's trumpet, you will find in South American countries, and they will take this in some parts of Africa. You will the part of Africa where Madonna's children are from, and there's scopolamine trees. The way they grow, and they hang upside down like trumpets, and there's a dust inside. And hookers all over South America will gather this dust in over parts of the world, and it makes you highly susceptible. So you can blow this dust into people's faces and tell them, "Take me to your ATM and give me all of your money," and they will do it willingly, and you can tell them that easy. And so there is another theory that maybe some of the elite use this as a tool for children, and if they were going to smuggle children or smuggle women, it would be very easy to blow the angel trumpet into their face and then convince them without screaming at events like Super Bowls or places like Disney World to come with you. And so that is scopolamine.
Yeah, to the T. That's fucking scary, bro. Knowing that the government has access to that kind of fucking concoction, like here,
Not just the
chemtrails.
government, you can. Like it grows around Florida, you can find angel trumpet.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Have you ever seen one of those trees in someone's front yard? And that usually looks like these big, heavy yellow, they call them angel trumpets, but they look like they're hanging downwards. Those are angel trumpets. Then there's yellow, there's white ones. It's the Torah.
Are those the ones in Wonderland in the cartoon where they become alive? No, those are dandelion, right? No, that's something else.
I do feel like there is something hanging from a tree, and it like looks up at her.
Yeah.
Like it's not the flowers because she's in the garden, but then there's another part of it that there is like a reference of something in a tree, but it's not in the part where all the like ladies and like the rose conductor. It's not in that part, I don't
Okay.
think. But
Okay.
yeah, angel scopolamine.
They sell like you can order them from Gurney's. I
This
shouldn't tell people that, but you can.
If we when I was in the hospital before my surgery, like one of the things, like before I got my spleen out, they they used to like you have an IV in, and then they're like, count backwards from this certain amount of time, and then like you're out of it, now they put a scopolamine patch on you before they like take you into this, the anesthesiologist takes you under. And it makes me think that anesthesiology is such an unpredictable practice that they want to put scopolamine behind people's ears. So if people happen to wake up during surgery, they can tell you to go back to sleep and not to worry about it.
That's wild.
That happened to my sister. In the middle of her knee surgery, she woke up and she's like, "Go back to sleep." And she was in so much pain, and she just fucking goes back to sleep. And then they give her more anesthesia.
And they went the scopolamine on the side. They said leave the patch on for a certain, how like maybe it was 48 hours, and they were like, "Don't touch it with your fingers." Like they told me over and over again not to touch it, and they were like, "If you touch it, wash your hands. Like don't touch somebody else. Don't touch an animal." Like they were so serious, and it was this tiny little patch like right here behind my ear. And then when I went in for my neck surgery, when I had to get a port put in, they I was like, "Oh," and I was in this operating room, like completely awake and lucid like I am right now. And they were like, "Hey, we all remember you." Like they were all like chatting with me, and they're like, "How are you? Good to see you. Glad glad you're doing okay," and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, "Who the fuck are any of you people?" They're like, "You don't remember this room?" And I'm like, "No." And they were like, "Oh, you were talking to us last time." Dude, no recollection of it at all talking to these people. And I said, maybe last time I was here, I had a scopolamine patch on my ear. Like that was the only last thing I remembered was them giving me this patch. And they were like, do you want a scopolamine patch again? And I was like, yes. Like,
This is dangerous information.
and then they walked out of the room and then they got a scopolamine patch and they came back in and stuck it on my ear and then like and I left it on my
That's
side of
fucking
my-
crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
Like, this is dangerous information for real. Like, all these thoughts ran through my mind of like, what if? This is fucking scary shit because you could just order it.
Yeah, I was just thinking, can we order this on Alibaba right now?
Yeah, I think so.
just angel trumpet. We could probably, grow angel trumpet in our yard.
You
But-
can. You can order the plants through the Gordy seed catalog.
Well, here in Florida, I believe you can call or at least in Orlando, you can call a county and request that they plant a tree in your yard, and one of those options is angel trumpet tree, a datura tree.
No shit.
No, yeah, but I want the patch. I just want a straight up scopolamine patch because that would take quite a bit of work to standardize and make sure it's not some like weird small batch because I've heard
Or too high of a
stories.
dose. Either way, like you need it to be consistent. So
Right, because if you just like squish some juice out of one of the flowers, you might end up getting like 10 times the dose than you're expecting. So
Because you have to extract all the good
I
stuff.
want to check real quick. Thomas, mess with one other level on your mic because I feel like I hear you guys clear in the back of my ears, but I don't know if Thomas is buzzy. Yeah.
Let's test the right level.
Audience.
check 1 2. This is. I'm peeking way outside. This is like hotter than normally. But if it sounds good, then it sounds good. No.
It's a little staticky.
I know. I was waiting to see. Thomas has been fuzzy all night.
Check.
This is what happens when
I'm just
you're-
gonna be fuzzy here.
Yeah. At this point,
Yeah.
we're 422.
It is what it is. This is the first
I
time,
can try
guys.
taking my fet out. Let me see. if
nobody
that helps.
has their actual equipment.
Yeah, we all kind of had partial equipment.
Poor acoustics.
I'm gonna have to bump it all the way up. Check. Is
Oh,
that better?
less staticky.
Less staticky without the little inline booster?
It breaks up though, like in and out. I don't know how to explain it.
Check. I'm maxed out here, so this is the best you're gonna get.
Yeah, that's good right there. Whatever you just did.
I'll leave it here.
Yeah.
We have mixers. I turned everybody else down a little bit. So on the podcast, you might have to turn on your TV, you might have to turn the volume up or your phone. But we have a bunch of equipment here and we don't have all the equipment we need, sadly enough. But this is the first time we ever met and we realized like the importance of a studio, why you have to wear earphones. We are sitting close together and none of us are running a real thing. And we think my computer maybe could set it up, but because I'm messing with you guys, I didn't want it to mess up the stream. So I think Thomas, like if we were all sleeping on the floor at his place, it could all be set up with microphones. And he would know how to do
And
it.
I feel like I'm filling in for Gordy because usually Gordy would be here with a crappy mic connection, so now he's here through my mic.
It's called balancing forces. Somebody's got to take the.
I thought you were gonna be saying I was filling in for Dory because I figured he'd be here and know how to connect all these wires. So, anyways, it is what it is for now, and we've made it through almost 4 hours. And
Y'all
so
still love
that's
us.
fun.
Don't front.
You can hear some of it clear, and I actually am overall surprised that the echo wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be all night. That took us like an hour to figure that out, you guys. Like that was impressive enough.
That's
but
why it took us some time to get on, but we made it work.
Is there anything else in the week for Good Guys Chat? Is there anything else going on out there with you guys before we say adieu? Anyone?
I might have a DMT experience maybe
Maybe this
coming up.
weekend.
Yeah, maybe coming up. It's time. It's time.
Maybe
Yeah.
mushy.
Yeah.
I did I was crappy with the link tonight, so I apologize. I had to reset, but I didn't lose stream with you guys, so oh, what about the thing with Barron Trump? See, this is what's been happening to me. I feel like we've been bringing up that from the beginning.
Real quick. He's
Okay, yeah.
handsome. He's a handsome fella.
I was like, I still had the tab up too, and it said at Ivanka's mom's funeral. Like we got all the names wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm so glad we brought this back up because I have to stare at this for a minute and scroll through them. Let me make sure all the
He's
pictures are here. Okay, yeah. Okay.
ginormous.
This is fucking perfect.
He's a Nephilim.
Let's talk about the Nephilim for a minute. So, in this, if you guys, I just think too, if you know how big DJT is as an actor or how big they try to portray to us that DJT is as an actor, this DJT is like probably like 6'4" or something. And yeah, he's probably getting old, so maybe he's losing a couple inches. But look at this giant kid that he has. He's like, how old is
He's
he now?
a
18?
dashing young man. That's what he would like, you know.
Let's look at him in the face.
Look how big his hands are.
Like, look at him standing next to it. I mean, his head's bent, so you can't see the full height. But he's obviously still growing. Like, he is a
Wow.
big, huge dude.
Is he a time traveler?
And he kind of is, like, you know what I will say too? Them Trump genes is strong.
Yeah.
Like, if you have sex with Donald Trump, your kid is gonna get that chin.
Dude, the cover of the fucking Barron Trump Underground Marvelous Adventure, it is this face. Just a young version. Like, it's that face. It's Barron Trump's face. It's like crazy how similar it is.
I need to find more pictures and keep staring at it. Like, I was gawking at it earlier because I was just like, what in the heck?
Isn't this also the first of Trump's sons that doesn't look like they're on the cover of a Mad magazine?
I don't know. I feel like he could be the most handsome of Trump's sons.
Yeah, I think so. What's the other one? He's pretty cute. The one with the goatee now.
The
DJ Junior.
Junior.
The
Like,
whole beard.
DJT's Trump, he almost has like a thinner faced, what's that guy's name? Oh shit. He's an actor. He was on Gattaca. Jude Law. He's like a little Jude Law looking to me.
Yeah. Dashing.
But
Dashing
look at
young
Donald
man.
Trump is a tall guy.
Look how tall Melania is. I'm sure she's
Donald
in
Trump
jail,
is
but-
6'7", right?
No.
6'5", 6'3". I know he's in the sixes.
And look how Donald Trump too always stands forward like that.
Maybe he has the backward knees. Back to the backward knees.
It kind of looks like he has knees on the back of his legs.
This was one of the random conversations that I'm sure the refrigerator picked up today.
He's 6'3".
6'3", so he's probably 6'7". I don't know. It's just wild. That's a big kid.
How tall is Melania?
She's tall,
She's
like
probably Layla's
5'10".
height.
Yeah, like 5'10".
You think
I know.
Barron got some of the black Trump genes? Trump is part black.
What?
But you never heard Black Trump?
No.
There's a song called Black Trump.
No way.
Is it by the sound scientists?
No, I wish. No, this is an actual song.
Black Trump. I feel like there's a thing, and it might be wrong, but that Trump's name said more in rap music than any other name. I don't know if it's right or not, but it's like God and then Trump as like the name said most in hip hop music.
Oh, well, yeah. Almost, well, before he ran, every other rap song was a lyric with Donald Trump in it. Everyone wanted to be him. Everyone wanted him in his music videos. Everyone wanted him in their shows. So
Isn't it kind of weird in a way, like the Meghan Markle and Harry of it all? If they have a kid that has dual citizenship, they could potentially have a child that is a president of the United States while they're also the crown. So it's a way of, this is like a my Maria theory, is like it's a way of like wrapping up in less than 20 years. You're American, you're Canadian, and you're giving it all back to the queen in real time on paper, where she's always owned America, but it's just a way of like they'll accept a president, but it'll really just be Meghan Markle and Harry's child. And so that will be the president in one lifetime away, or it might take 30 years for them to be able to run.
So we still have a monarch.
But then you have a name in the monarch of a president of it all is Baron. Like, what a name is
Meghan
Baron?
Markle, MM of it all, and her being an
33,
entire
yeah.
fucking psyop on its own, and like literally, I don't know what kind of spell she did. She's a high witch, that one. She did some sort of spell on Harry to remove him from where he was. There's something weird going on there.
See, I don't think that I feel like she plays right into the crown because they own Africa and they have really bad public like Africa at any time that people can just decide they want to be free, like the islands, they don't need the queen any more than Canada does. And so at any time they can do this, so they have to do these like almost marketing tours every 50 years. And so it's like Elizabeth was in the middle of a marketing tour in Africa, I think, when her dad died, and then she had to go to Europe and like take the crown, or when her dad was really sick, I don't remember. And so she has to take the crown and like do all this thing. So they have really bad public relations with black people in Africa. So now, and they have bad public relations with Americans. So all of a sudden, you take a black American girl and she's white enough to fit into the crown and to give you almost like that Catholic Church thing, like, look at, we're not bad pedophiles and we like gay people, like that kind of little bit of thing where they're like, look at, we like black people, we have a black princess in our family, and look at, our kid is part black. It's like this kind of thing. So in 20 years Meghan and Harry can just do the tours that Princess Diana was doing, and we can have Meghan hold a AIDS baby and we're all like, oh, look at, so it's just like this way of making them modern, and it's not real at all.
Didn't they do that in the past in the monarchy and whatnot? Like years back by doing that? Like, wasn't Russian royalty like black nobility and stuff like that?
Yeah, like they were a bunch of like Germans, and they aren't British at all. There's nothing about it. The only way to get their bloodline back into the British Empire was to have a Church Hill Spencer as a womb. So it was supposed to be Diana's older sister that was with Charles, but this is for real some reason that I think there's a magic of the virgin water in the womb and the Virgin Mary, is because I gander that Diana's older sister slept with somebody already and Diana hadn't yet. So Prince Charles was like in his mid 20s, I think, and Diana was still young when they started courting, like 15 or 16. So he like got to and he was in love with Camilla Parker Bowles, the queen now. He was always in love with her. But the crown, because Elizabeth's dad had to take the crown from his brother. He was never supposed to be the king. He was just supposed to always be he was supposed to be the Harry. And so the brother got a divorce, and you weren't allowed to be a divorced king. So he stepped away from the crown to follow his true love. And so Elizabeth's big thing is, you are country first. It's God, then you're the sovereign chosen by God to run the country. So it should always be title first. And so the fact that her uncle didn't do that and her father had to take it, who he should have never been the king. So her mom, who was supposedly the high witch, she's like, this meek motherfucker can't run a country. They killed him early. So she pressed upon Elizabeth that you're going to, almost like Elizabeth I, your namesake, you're always going to hold country first over love, over marriage. And that's why it was a big thing when she took the crown. Her husband had to kneel before her, which was like the queen taking back the monarchy of it. But it was also Diana, the Spencer Churchill family of it all, she has a deal with the queen because she is bad. She's going to lose all of England. But Winston Churchill has all the respect after World War II. And so he's like, I want a little bit of power here. So you can have one of my kids' wombs. So if you see all Winston Churchill and Elizabeth all through the political for the next 40 years, they have this relationship, and that's their army, their battle, their might with their romance, their queen to run their Hollywood.
So, does the monarchy, like, let's say if they had a war today in Britain, do they control the armies or is it the government that controls the armies? Because back in the day, the monarchy, the queen, and her army would go and, like, be territorial and conquer lands and whatnot. So, do they have that
The
power
royal
still
army.
today? Yeah.
Well, that's where they were saying like the people didn't back, like if the people didn't back the monarchy anymore, which they were losing favor so much of. And so they needed Winston to give them favor because they almost like a Smedley Butler in a way with the Marines when they tried to get the Marines to do a coup. Smedley Butler had so much power with the military, he could have had a coup and that's kind of how Winston was. He was the one with the respect. So if at the time the royals didn't play ball with giving the Spencer Churchills one of the rights to the actual heir, which is William now. So in less than that deal between the Queen, William is the womb to the Spencer Churchills sitting on the crown of England. And that is from Winston. So it's a deal that almost like Smedley Butler was the might that he could have pulled the coup on the president at any time. But there was a deal in the back and that was made. And I think somewhere that's how the Marines that were supposed to be the separate thing from all the other military where the president was going to control it. That's where I think the coup did happen, but we never heard about it. And that's where the military became the industrial military complex.
So, isn't the United States still owned by the Queen?
Yeah.
So this is all of the Queen's military.
Yeah.
I love it. She got a big ass fucking military. Or the king now.
That's why the Postmaster General is a completely separate thing from all the other they're a complete own entity. So when Trump was the Postmaster General, you become the trader of any currency paid between states, and you're in control of that currency. So any of the money that goes to the Queen for payment or any of the money that would be brought to a church would be by the Postmaster General. So, and they're separate from the president and they're separate from the states because the currency still has to get paid. So there has to be a free post office in any city. You cannot have a free or country without the post office. So they say when Trump became the Postmaster General, that is why he was allowed to walk in front of the Queen. Because he was now the president walks behind the Queen always, but the Postmaster General doesn't answer to anyone. And so he was the Postmaster General in our country for this brief amount of time that they say during that flip, it was supposed to be Amazon that took over our mail service and became the Postmaster General. And that's why we had all the Amazon trucks all in our neighborhood ready for that to hand out our voting ballots too. And then they'd be tracked to hand out our voting ballots at our door. And then the powers that be would have known exactly and precisely how to put in the 30 million extra votes that were needed to take the election because they all would have been dropped off with perfect Amazon mailing.
Yeah. And I feel like census is part of this too, and the whole conspiracy with the voting and the mail-in votes and whatnot, because the building that I lived in, these census people literally wanted to know what apartments were vacant, who used to live there. They wanted to know previous residents of the apartments and their history, if they still live there or not, how many people lived in there. And I feel like that was the part of the scam to cheat the vote or add names of residents who don't live there anymore and move to different states, and you use their name as a vote for that state and the other states, so the extra votes that were part of it. I truly believe census was definitely part of the voting scam.
Well, from the beginning, it was a race box. From the beginning, you put how many people were in your house and what race they were. That was all they cared about. And I think the reason they did that is because you were not allowed to volt. You were not allowed to ground out your energy unless you owned land. So they couldn't, if we owned the property and we were the only ones allowed to say so of everything around here, because we were the only ones with farms around here, they couldn't say all these people deserve, like, if we were the only ones voting, no, we don't need your federal money. You guys might not need the federal money, but these transients in your town, we have numbers for. This is where the federal money is going to come from. So you need to help them. And so it's almost a way of they forced us all to have our hand in the federal coffers, because they're like, look at these transients that are in your town that you're not taking care of. And those transients in our town might be 10 people, but once you get to New York, it's 1 million people. And now that 1 million people and us 10 farmers, that 1 million people controls the vote, and we're the ones that owned the land. And that is what it was all about. So when people are like, grounding out your volt doesn't matter. No, it surely doesn't, but the transient's going to ground out your volt for you. And they don't own your land. They don't care about your people. They don't care about what products you grew, about what your history was there. They literally were just walked over a wall and bust into your city, and now they get the same amount of energy and say so as you. And most Americans don't think it's important to do, because look at the president always loses, but they don't know who their local people are. But every single, the powers that be, when we talk about magic and all this other stuff, they know all of our voting lines, and that's where they're busing these transients to.
Dude, and that's like, so my Oklahoma was a primarily red state. Like in the last the last election, I think we had, out of 77 counties, I think we had one that was blue. And the election before, it was completely red. And it's the only state that was completely red. And I feel like that's part of the whole moving the Heartland theme park into the area, is to change the demographic, the voting demographic
of the Bible Belt.
Yeah, to change the voting demographic of the Bible Belt, because they're going to have to bring in how many, they're going to have this theme park built from the ground up in less than 2 years.
And so they're going to move a bunch of transient workers that aren't going to care about anything that is Oklahoma. They're going to go to Oklahoma and say, why don't I have a Chili's here? Where's my Walmart? Where's my AT&T thing?
Yeah.
And so they bring in all the things that have nothing to do with your culture, nothing to do with your town, nothing to do with the people or the small businesses. And if there is any small businesses they want to keep, they're going to steal it and commercialize it and then sell it to all of us as this is Oklahoma cooking. And it's going to be the only thing we all know what Oklahoma used to be to you, but you're going to watch it all change. And that's what happened to Florida with Disney. Like when people say Disney, what's more Florida, what's more, Florida than Disney? I'm like, it used to be fucking oranges and palm trees and coconut and beaches and Miami and Palm Beach and like literally dolphins and manatees and 1,000 other things before I'd ever think Disney. Disney, it's like, but now that's what they want it to be, and Oklahoma will become that now.
Yeah, it'll be Heartland.
Heartland. And they want to take Bible Belt off of it and put on Heartland. Like just so we still have that feel good feeling, but the religion will be gone. And it used to be the whole, but I think whatever your population is of your red state, like Texas, Austin is a perfect example. We take an Elon Musk and a Joe Rogan that you think are the outskirts and your fringe, and we used 2 Saturday Night Live actors to do it to your Pacific Northwest that you thought this random funny guy and this girl were doing a show called Portlandia and you were the fringe, but really you just infiltrated a whole part of the country to take one city and make really all the things we talk about, real Americans standing up for their land, all happen in the Pacific Northwest or in Texas. And so they use one shit city of a whole bunch of people who just want to drink coffee and get tattoos and call me she, them, and
drink coffee out of a dirty cup.
One city changes your whole entire state demographic. And that's what I think is happening. What did you say? Oh, coffee out of a dirty cup?
Because it's not even just
Layla's
like
not
my
making the
town.
coffee.
So they have to
I'm not gonna let that go.
She just has one cup and passes it to all of us.
That's high magic.
I believe it. It's like smoking the same joint. That's why you pass it to the left. All right. Anything else, you guys?
Not me.
Thomas?
I love you guys.
I love you
Yeah,
guys.
me too, man.
You
Yeah.
guys, great. I'm so happy you're here.
I'm so happy you're here. Thanks for coming.
Well, of course I was going to be here.
I know. FOMO. I know, and it's kind of rad afterward, and Thomas is welcome to come with, but he already spent his anniversary with us. But we're gonna go tomorrow to a little further south, and Abbie and Layla are gonna stay the night up. We're gonna have a sleepover at my house. So who
Yay.
knows? Maybe we'll go live again randomly on Layla's station or somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm off for 3 weeks. So if anyone would like to chill or go on a trip, let's do it. I'm off for 3 weeks. Let's go. Let's go. Let's
Yeah, we don't
plan
have time
shit.
restraints.
Mhm.
So you guys, thank you so much for listening. We really love you guys so much, and for the messy episode, the messy sound, but we all got to hang out, and we're glad you got to be a part of it too.
Yeah.
Tons of love out there to Gordo. Michelle from Michelle's Healing Homes is coming up soon on an
Andy.
episode. Andy Cozy Crone, shout out, and she will be back soon. Everybody loves Donut, and I will probably drag in my
Donut. There he
Maria
goes.
in the next few weeks. So thank you guys so much. We love you, and we will see you very soon. Bye bye.
Pussy now this morning. Oh, Mummy, I got my pussy. Please run to me and let me see. Oh, she's a bunny, y'all. She's a bunny this morning. Come here, bunny girl.
Constantly explore the room of possibilities. Come true, so what we do is call out to the good guys. Good guys, good guys, good guys. Witches, widows, mega mistakes, entertaining, calming linguists. Good guys. Forum of decorum needs a secretive society to advance on philosophies, intentionally, magically good guys, good guys, good guys, good guys. Witches, weirdos, mischief making, it's okay to change your thinking. Good guys, good guys, good guys.
In the deep they lurk, like twisted water dogs. In shadows they smirk, down in the rivers, out in the seas. Masters of the deep, dolphin mysteries. Bottlenose freaks, short beaks in the night. Humpback shadows, pygmies out of sight. All the dolphins, you know it's true. Rolling deep in the ocean blue. Stripes and spots, they rule the tide. Water dogs of the deep, they don't hide. In the river's grip, seas endless bounty. Ruling the waves, Dolphin Illuminati. Praised by Romans, gods to the Greeks. Underwater rulers, the power peaks. In ocean depths, their counts to 6. Dolphins in the dark, never calling it quits. Striped and spotted in the sea's domain. Aquatic dogs in their own insane lane. Through rivers they ride, seas they roam. In the ocean depths, they make their home.
Well, I talk about insanity, which is what's going on in your mind, and outside, which is where you communicate with those outside. As you know, if you give too much of your insanity, they'll lock you up. Well, I tried giving as much as I could. They didn't lock me up. They published it, paid me.
Dolphin, Illuminati. Deep, deep, deep in the deep they creep. It's that dolphin, Illuminati. In the rivers and the seas they be a constant mystery. It's that dolphin, Illuminati. It's that dolphin, Illuminati.